And there you are.
And there you are down there.
Good evening, sir. I see you're no longer on your Xbox.
Yeah, I want my identity back. I missed my little picture, so here I am
Yeah.
back on my phone.
Well, maybe if you went on your Xbox and you gave it camera permission, it would allow you to turn it off afterwards and pick a thing.
No, unfortunately, I tried all that, but hey, it's okay. I'm back styling and profiling here, and that's all that matters.
That's great. That's great, man. It's been a heck of a week, hasn't it?
It has. We got all sorts of crazy stuff going on, but it's been fun. It's been fun.
Yeah, it's been a good week for me. Good week for me. Let's see. Why does that say 24 minutes? I should be live now on the YouTubes.
Yeah. Hey, I'm
Go.
pretty sure I got a notification saying you were live.
Yes, I am. There we go.
All right.
Yeah, we are live on the YouTube. So,
Yeah.
good evening from the great state of Texas.
Yeah, Texas.
Yeah, at least that's where I'm at. And good evening, or good morning, or good afternoon to wherever you are. So, we're glad to have you out there. We are also out on the Rumble tonight. So,
Ooh.
good evening, Rumble.
Yes,
Glad to
my
have you
favorite.
on.
Hello, Rumble.
As well as on the Twitch. We're doing Twitch live.
Oh,
So
yeah.
let's see. Let me. Maybe I won't. Shouldn't be so loud. We there was earlier this week on the Thinkers program. They were having a conversation about Strange Darling,
Yeah.
which I'd only had an opportunity to see about 10 minutes of it, and
Ooh.
to tell you right off the bat, the first 10 minutes of it, I was not really all that impressed. As a
Really?
matter of fact, I felt it was a little bit pretentious.
There's a lot of that going around. Uh, were you now? Were you struck immediately off the bat with taken aback by the fact that it told you that this film was filmed in 35 millimeter at the beginning of the film?
Let's see. It started off with a graphic crawl type thing that told you it
Okay.
was based on a true story,
Yes.
and then they went through several names while somebody was running through a field.
Ah. Okay.
You know,
Yeah.
and you still didn't get your. No, wait. Right after that, before that happened, they had the guy in the black and white, which is a flash forward, mind you,
Yes.
asking if he was a serial killer, and then cutting to him actually strangling somebody,
Yes.
with some very striking music. So, some of that sting going on, kind of deal,
Yes.
and then to the running in the field, and with the credits and the names and the music, and so that was brightly colored. And then from there, it went to um, a scene of her driving on the road. No,
Hmm.
before that, they said this was a film filmed in 35 millimeter in 6 chapters, and then it
Yes.
introduced you to chapter 3, so it wasn't going in sequential order, and then it gave you the title of the movie, Strange Darling. Oop, wait, Strange Darling, like that. So, and that's within the first 10 minutes of the film. Okay, so this is your introduction to what's going to be going on here, and it really challenges you to stick around, you know, and to that as a filmmaker, I always want the first thing my audience to do is get involved with the story, get
Yes.
involved with the characters. I want you to become engrossed in it. You know, I want you to forget that you're watching a movie and get emotionally entangled into the story. The first thing this movie does is is that you? Are you getting notifications that kind of sound Mario like?
Oh, can you actually hear my notifications? I had my sound off, but
You mean the pong, something like that, or is
hang
it
on.
mine? Is somebody notifying me? I don't think I am.
You could be getting notified too if you're in the same what do you call there? What
Discord.
am I getting? Yes, there you go. There we go.
Let's see. Let's see. We might change our stream link. One moment. Let's switch to StreamYard for tonight. Okay, so that's happening now.
Yes,
Uh, yeah.
that
So
might have been
I
the dings, but
that might
I
that
turned
might
them off now, so you won't hear mine anymore.
yeah. I may still hear mine. But again, this film is quite challenging at the very beginning,
Sure.
and it's challenging you. And for me, I've judged several film festivals, and I would make up my mind pretty much within the first 10 minutes of what a film was going to be like. So yeah, I don't think I would have scored this very high based on that first 10 minutes, and I didn't.
Hmm.
I had a
Okay.
rolling judgment of it as I was watching the film. So it started off with 2 stars, 2.5 stars,
Okay.
and as the movie progressed, it dawned on me that the editing of the movie, the chapters in non-sequential order,
Hmm.
were a crucial part of the storytelling itself. It wasn't
Yes.
just a device; it was a plot device that
Yes.
played an important part in you establishing that connection
Hmm.
between the characters. Um, the first thing you get into is feeling a little bit of empathy towards the lady because she is the one being put upon by the demon. And those are the names of the characters, by the way. They're
Yes.
men and female, and that you don't really see horns on anybody, not
No.
without your own proper knowledge. But as the movie goes on, you realize, or actually afterwards, after watching the entire thing, I realized that had you seen it in chronological order, there would be absolutely no way for you to empathize with either character. Which by
Hmm.
the end of it, you are empathizing with the demon more so than the lady, but you start off empathizing with the lady more so than the
Yes.
demon, and it kind of plays with your expectations a little bit,
Yeah.
and it really does a number on you if you wind up staying through to the whole thing. So
Yeah. I mean, that's actually what I quite enjoyed about it. I don't know if it's these type of movies per se, but some movies like these where I just totally I can get lost in them because I like the horror aspect. I like how it's just starting abruptly. Um, I like that whole kind of twist on the chapters and um like you said, having it actually be more of a plot device than just, like a kind of like a stolen Tarantino gimmick almost. Um, and I think that absolutely works. I love seeing it that way. Um, and it plays out, I think, so well. And I'm not going to say it by any means was the movie perfect. Our mutual friend Cole, I think, is more along on your lines, where he thought the movie was pretentious as well, and had was very when we talked about, it, he said it was very predictable, um, which I could see in certain aspects. But if like me, you get into the movie enough, like I did, I it got I'll be honest, it got me with the little switcheroony of the characters there, and that's what I liked about it a lot. And I did like the way it was shot and some of the shots that it did use. I think the cinematography by Giovanni Ribisi was done very well for somebody. If this is his first time, very good on him. A lot of interesting shots I thought, and a lot of shots that look kind of familiar that I've seen in older horror movies and stuff like that. And I don't know. I think it worked, and he worked pretty well. But I have heard the claims of pretentiousness from this film, but I don't know. I didn't feel that way myself about it. I appreciate that the movie told me that it was actually shot in film and on 35 millimeter. I appreciate that, especially in the day and age where everything's done digitally. Thank you. Thank you. That's actual filmmaking, at least. Somebody's actually using film and a real camera, and not just some handheld thing that you can send a hard drive to all over the world in an hour, and everybody has your movie. This is classic filmmaking, and I appreciated that, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. I thought it was uh, like a breath of fresh air, especially with everything that was like coming out at that time, which like more of the bigger, big studio movies were kind of taking the limelight there, mostly because they were bombing, I believe. Um, and this movie just didn't really have too much of a good life in theaters, but it's a great movie. I would recommend it to anybody. You're muted.
Ooh, I was muted. Okay, I turned off my Discord, but I'm still hearing notifications. I wonder what I can do about that.
Yeah, it's not me. I'm not getting them anymore.
Yeah, so
Who did we have pop in and leave?
it was Charles. It was C Pope.
Well, thanks for coming, Charles. It's
Well,
very nice.
Charles, I'm sure he had some sort of difficulty. I'm pretty sure he
Yes,
couldn't either talk or show his face
phase. Yeah,
or
one of the two.
the
We
other
had this
stuff.
problem last time, didn't we?
Yeah, yeah. People were doing their thing and trying to come in
All
and
right.
not being
Well,
able
sit
to do it.
sit tight, folks. Charles is coming. He's trying.
Yeah,
I believe in him. He'll get it.
I believe in him as well. One of the things I did notice that I'm not sure anybody, haven't heard anybody else mention it. The mountain folks, the mountain people,
Hmm.
the old hippies, if you will,
Yes,
and the
I enjoyed
self-proclaimed
them a lot. They were.
biker.
I thought they were kind of funny.
I
They were just
believe
chilling.
that the sepia tones that was their entire involvement, their livelihood there,
Yes.
was a representation of Kansas because when they went to the door to open the door for the lady, even though they had a bear spray, uh, they stood in front of the door, both of them in sort of sepia tones, light brown, reminiscent of the
Yes.
black and white of the what was that? Hold on a second. Kitty says, "Hey there, speaking of muted, I thought I'd better just hang in chat because I'll be pretty loud this
Oh,
early in the
Kitty.
morning."
You can get in
Oh,
here. You can get in here and
yes,
be loud. That's why this is after dark. We can do whatever we want.
yes, but it's early morning for her, so she doesn't want to wake up
Sure.
her husband and then he'll make
Oh,
her do dishes or cook food or something, whatever
yeah.
it is that they do in that part of the world. So I don't know what husbands do over there. I'm just thankful if I get a cup of coffee in the morning. So, but as they open the door, the camera kind of pushes between them towards the porch where the lady is at, and she is brightly colored. The trees are very green behind them, and it's very very reminiscent of going from black and white to Technicolor in The Wizard of Oz.
Sure.
And at that moment, when she stepped through that door and entered the magical kingdom, if you will, she was no longer in Kansas. And in the same sense, when the hippies opened that door, they were no longer in Kansas.
Yeah.
And the real world, as colorful as it was about to smack them in the face.
Absolutely.
So nobody had seen that. Nobody had said anything about that. At least I hadn't seen.
No, not that
So,
I've seen as well. I didn't see anybody pick up on
Kitty,
that. And
did you
that
notice
is,
that? Let us know in the comments below.
yeah, because that is, I think that's, just so grumpy. Oh, well, too bad.
Grumpy Gordon. Gordon's grumpy.
But yeah,
Ooh,
that's a
interesting.
good spot because, uh, yeah, color does play, a pretty big role in this movie. The way things are colored and kind of the colors that follow each character almost. Um, so
Yeah.
yeah, that's very interesting that you say that because you're right. I haven't really seen anybody really bring that up at all.
No, and it's something that stuck out to me as like a sore thumb. You know, mostly because I know a little bit about film. I'm not going to say I'm an expert at film.
Sure,
I have made a few films. I've worked on a few projects as well. I've got over 60 IMDb credits. So, there's that for whatever it's worth.
sure.
That doesn't mean I'm better than anybody. It just means I've seen a thing or two. But
Yes.
we did get some engagements with. Kitty says nobody mentioned that one. on the think. Don't know about whether Gray and Charles discussed it in the spoiler discussion.
I don't think they did. I watched the most of the think and I watched most of their spoiler discussion. I don't think that was. I know they touched a little bit on color in the movie and how it was used, but I don't know if they actually put like that together as Rosales did. They may have. It
Yeah,
might have been the part I fell asleep for, but I was
but
awake for
we,
most
we
of it.
we got some engagement with J.T. Molnar, I think is his name,
Ooh,
Molnar, the the filmmaker who wrote and directed the film, and you know, I want Charles actually made a point of this to ask him if it was if the truck that everybody was obsessed with,
yes.
if that was in fact black or some sort of blue,
Okay, yes, I
and
saw this
he
on.
answered it.
I think I saw this on the Twitter.
Yeah, he said it was black.
Haha.
So there,
So
y'all
mystery
can make your
solved
opinions. Yes,
from the
extremely
horse's
convincing.
mouth.
Yes, he confirmed the color of the truck. Yeah, uh, here he is. He's asking him, can you settle this? And what was the color of the demon's truck? And he responded, black. And then he postscripted, is there a, what does that say, representation of the color black?
Uh, yes, I believe so.
But there you go. There was many, many thanks involved in that. So all of you people who said midnight blue, aqua blue,
Get fucked.
titanium blue, interstellar blue,
You losers. It was
yeah.
black.
Listen, I'll remind you all I had both opinions, so I was half wrong and half right. Well, you know what? You're a female, and that means you can change your opinion, at least here in the good old US of A. So there's that. So where did everybody go? There we are. Yes,
Hey,
eternally thank you.
yes.
So yeah, I posted pictures of it, and somebody else said, "Hey, that's a titanium black or blue or something." And you know
No,
what? That's fine. Everybody can have their opinion about stuff, and it's okay to
sure.
be wrong. I'm often wrong. So
Yes. But now we know
and
everybody that said it wasn't black is wrong. So,
yeah, and I actually gave my final. Where is it? No, that's not it. There we go. My final rating was 7.5. Oh, you can't see it. There it is. 7.5 out of 10
I
stars.
think that's fair. That's fair.
So, and I went through why I felt it was a 7.5 out of 10 stars. And, if you want to come on here and fight me, that's fine. Let's do it. You know, show me where I'm wrong. What is that? What is that? I don't know what this. Oh,
She's
those are
painting her
fingernails.
nails.
She's painting her nails. Yes, because she's a woman who can change her mind. That's right. Yeah.
Feminism.
So, yeah.
It's done us wonders.
So there you go. There's that, I
Yeah,
guess.
I think that's a fair assessment. My score would be an 8 out of 10 out of the movie, and again, like I said, I just had so much fun with it, and it was so easy to just kind of get caught up and lost in. That's definitely a big thing on movies for me. There's so many movies out there today that you do see the plot and the whatever sort of surprise coming a mile away. Um, and I get how Cole could make that argument, but for me, just getting lost in the story and getting wrapped up in it, I immediately did not see uh, the twist of the movie coming. So when it happened, it did actually get me, and I thought it was very cool and a very cool way to tell this story. So, like I said, eight
What
out of 10 for me.
what got me, and I was joyfully surprised that I had totally forgotten that she had a wound on her ear, um,
Hmm.
on the side of her head. Didn't
Yes.
even consider thinking about when that came from. So
Yeah.
when the gun pulled out and he popped her one in the head, I made an audible gasp, and my son was who was doing something completely else. I'm sitting at my computer. I got my headset on. I'm watching it streaming, by the way, and you know um, I got my headset on. I'm watching it. I'm just kind of playing along with it, and then all of a sudden, bam! Uh, I did this. What? because it caught me off guard,
Yeah.
and that is what happens with a reduction of violence in a dramatic film. You have these action movies that you become almost desensitized. Somebody say the word.
Desensitized.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you.
You're welcome.
To the violence, and it becomes part of the entertainment. You look forward to it, and you're waiting for the
Sure.
next round of violence to happen. And in
Yeah.
this, you kind of forget that it's part of the program. So when it pops its ugly head out, it there it is, plain and ugly. So
Yes. I mean, would you? I like. See, because of the way this movie starts, you know, it has a different feel, I think, at the beginning to what the movie actually is, because you're kind of starting sort of like at the tail end of the story, almost in the
yeah,
middle when the movie starts. So like it's looking one way, obviously, because they set up the demon character to be this, what seems to be like this psycho killer chasing after just this poor girl for, what we know at the time is zero reason. Um, but he's driving after her, chasing her down, and then just like stops in the middle of the road just to jump in the bed of his truck and just start taking fucking pot shots. And it's just,
and well, that right there is a great example of telling the story, um, not what sequentially. Okay, so this becomes
yes,
part of the tool to tell the story is
yes,
bringing out of sequence. And so you're told right away that it's about a serial killer and the last few killings and murders or whatever that happened, the way that it's
yes,
it's introduced in the movie. And so that's left in your head after you're gone boom boom boom. Here's this, here's this, here's this. All right, we're done doing that. Now let's get into the movie proper. By the way, it's chapter 3. And so you're in it, you're watching, they're driving down the road, and this all of a sudden this guy starts shooting. Right away you're thinking, well, there's your serial killer, you know.
yeah. Yeah, and
He's in a
and
black
I
truck
think that's why it works so much. Yeah, that's why it
and
works
he's
so
shooting.
well, I think. Yeah, because you come in, and again, that's why I praise this movie, because of the fact that it comes in, and like I said, he's chasing this poor girl who's just, you see her, she's all fucked up. She's got wounds all over. She's bleeding all over the place. No clue what's going on, and just some guy just fucking hunting her down, like Michael Myers hunting her down, like just absolutely just resilient and relentless in his attempt to get this woman, and to see how it all plays out, and to see that it's actually, oh, you had the little spoiler sign up, so fuck you if you haven't seen it already. That's your fault. But to see that the story actually flips, and it's this chick who is actually this crazy serial killer, and as the story tells you at the beginning, has been going around for a while now doing this, and nobody has really a clue on who it is or what's going on. Just all these serial killings are happening, and it turns out to be like this 95-pound chick who's into like um how can I say this since we're on all these things, grape play, and stuff like that, and you're like, what the fuck is going on, and how does this all, but I think it all just, it ties into itself, and it works so well, and I thought it was great. I mean, I think we need more movies kind of like this. I wouldn't say like this was like the biggest shock since like the Sixth Sense twist ending or anything like that, but
Yeah. Well, no,
you know I
you get into that part where she says, "Let me tell you exactly what I want you to do to me," or "Do you
hmm
want me to tell you what I want you to do to me?" And then they
yes.
go right into it, and you think, "Okay, well, this just got out of hand quickly. This just went
Yeah.
from 5 to 11 really, really fast." And then they cut back to them being in the truck, and that was just what she was explaining to him, what she was interested in doing.
Yeah.
So, it's almost like, it's,
Oh,
it's very tricky is what it is. They're intentionally fabricating stuff to
yes.
fool you, and, you don't really know if everything is just imaginary play or if,
Yeah,
something is
what is,
is
yeah,
behind it.
exactly. In that moment, you don't know what's real and what's not, or who actually is is somebody actually being a real aggressor here in this instance, or is this part of the play? And I agree, Kitty. If we would have got like a chronological movie out of this, I don't think it would have had the same effect on me personally as
No.
if we got this jump cutting. in a sense, and that's
No,
why I
no,
said
no.
that.
This is not just a plot device. It is a storytelling
Yeah,
device. If it is back in order, in chronological order,
story don't
it,
work.
the story doesn't work. You don't feel what you're supposed to feel for the characters
No.
in the order that you're supposed to feel them. And by the end of it, you're like, "Well, I'm glad everybody's dead."
Yeah,
Well,
exactly, because
spoiler alert.
everybody's kind of a
But
shitty person. But yeah, I mean,
the thing is, it doesn't work that way. And if the
no.
studio had wanted it to be in that way, it would have done far worse than it did.
Oh, absolutely.
And
Yes.
I think if a lot of people, some people may have been put off by that first 9.5 minutes of just what I felt was pretentiousness.
Sure.
But without that, if you went into it without that, I'm not sure you would have been ready for what it was.
Yeah, exactly. Because it.
As a filmmaker, I don't know. I was telling my wife this. A lot of filmmakers would be able to tell you right away. It's like, well, hey, if you did this, if you did that, this might improve this scene or that sequence.
Sure.
I don't know that there's a better way to cut it. I honestly don't know if there's
I
a
don't
better
think so. No,
assembly for this
probably
film.
not. Probably not. Like I think you're right. I think if you cut this in any way, any other way, I think it doesn't work, and I think that's where it becomes too predictable. Then, because you could see if it goes in order, you'd be able to see exactly what the twist is before the movie's even halfway through. Um,
Yeah,
but doing it this way, I think hides it and gets you so invested in what is going on
but the
that it.
movie itself, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off,
No,
but
you're good.
the movie itself is intentionally misleading you,
Yes,
which is what that going from the truck to the bedroom back to the truck,
yes,
that was misleading. Okay, so was the introduction in black and white where she asks, "Are you a serial killer?" And then it cuts to him choking someone in the bed. That is also very misleading because that scene did not come out exactly that way either. There was something
exactly.
in between that, and one
Yes.
of those was one part of that scene was only a description, imaginary imagination of what could happen in the bedroom.
Hmm.
Does that make
Yeah.
sense?
Yes, it does.
Because once he's got a hold of her by the neck, you're thinking, okay, yeah, this is we're back at the scene in the very beginning.
Ooh, putting
She
you on
says,
blast.
Kitty says, "Do you think your film veteran status makes you give it a 7 out of 10 as opposed to an 8 out of 10?" First of all, I
Fair
gave it a
question.
7.5 out of 10.
That is true. He did give it that extra half
Also,
point.
my veteran status has little to do with the quality of the film, which is fantastic. It more has to do with what I bring to the table in looking at and judging the film, because uh, being as of a couple of years ago a former judge at film festivals, seeing all kinds of independent films, um, I brought a lot of that prejudgment to the table when I started watching the film, which really that's why I scored it so low at the very beginning after watching just 10 minutes of it. So Um, I'm not sure I'm okay with a veteran status because it makes it
I
sound like
mean,
I'm better than anybody else. I did not achieve what this filmmaker achieved. Okay, I did not get a film out there to be critiqued by the general audiences. I did not make a film that was distributed by Miramax. I did not make a film that is now out on video on demand, available right now on Amazon and other retailers, fine
okay.
retailers.
Well,
So
I hope it gets like this scene. I don't know if we have cult films anymore, but I hope this one gets to like that status at some point where it kind of has the second life on demand. And if there are any actual physical copies of this movie out anywhere, I don't know if they're still doing that or not, but
yes,
you know,
there DVDs and digital Blu-rays are available right now. As a matter of fact, if you go to rosales.com/Sunday and you click on the link
ooh,
to read my review, there's a link to the hard copy that you can put in your physical media library. So
look at that. What a setup to that segue, huh?
yeah, it's right there. So you can do that. Kitty says, I ask because that thing I keep talking about, you have a more critical eye because you have a trained eye. just curious about what your experience. A
Mhm.
critical eye means that you're prone to a specific type of judgment. If somebody goes out with a lot of crazy women and they wind up having somebody who needs their advice on women, the first thing they're going to tell you is women are crazy. So that's because of their experience with women that are crazy.
Yes.
Um, and that's kind of like the scientific method where you take as many samples as you possibly can and then you extrapolate from that. The only problem is that if you extrapolate crows being black, um, you come to the conclusion that all crows are black when the truth is all the crows you've seen are black. But there is a possibility for albino crows, which means that all crows are not black. Does that make sense? So, what I'm bringing to the table when I look at a film is not just my experience as a filmmaker, but my experience in judging films at film competitions and what it is that I'm looking for someone to do. Um, I'll give you an example. Whenever I watch a movie that has somebody waking up and turning off an alarm and taking a shower and brushing their teeth and making coffee, yeah, I won't look fondly on that film for the rest of the way because it wasted my time for the first 10 to 15 minutes, which is what I thought about this film because I did not understand the intention of the setup.
Sure.
And the intention of the setup was not to do that, but it was to get you ready to expect to be challenged, I
Hmm.
think. Because if you're not quite ready for what you see, you're really not going to get it.
Yeah.
So without that opening sequence, if you just jump right into the story the way it is, um, you're going to come away from it not really getting any of it. However, this film does set you up for repeat viewing. Okay,
Yes.
and I'm going to watch it again and probably again and again because there's so much there
Yeah.
now that you are used to what's there. There's more that you're going to be able to get from it. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I would wholeheartedly agree with you. To be honest, I definitely feel like this is a movie I could watch more than twice, to be honest. And like you said, probably with each viewing, get something different out of it or find something new that I didn't notice before. Um, and I mean, that's what movies are supposed to be, right? I mean, a lot of the movies I rewatch them because they're good in that sense that you can. It's a movie that you can put on at any time and watch, and it's good no matter what for you. And this is, and sometimes you're just watching to watch, but a movie like this that does actually challenges you, um, makes you look at the movie in a different way upon repeat viewings. Because, like I said, I was trying to take in everything that the movie was showing me. But being so engrossed in the story the first time around, I probably missed a lot of nuanced things that I probably didn't pick up on or just didn't notice because I was so enthralled with what the visuals I was seeing from the characters and the story that was playing out in front of me and how just wild and crazy it was getting. Um, that like you said, I didn't really pick up on the kind of Wizard of Oz type color change when she goes up and meets the hippies. So, like upon my next viewing, that is something I'm going to look at and probably gain a better understanding of. So, good on this movie for really for just I don't know, just being. I don't want to say it's I wouldn't call it pretentious. I don't want to call it like artsy fartsy either because it really isn't. It's on the borderline though for me of being like an artsy fartsy movie because it fuck it there is like an air of pretentiousness to it, but I don't think it's anything that should really be off-putting. I mean, I think the people that made this are proud of what they did, and they look at it as, hey, we did something that's kind of different in a sense, and you know, it works on so many levels. And I think you should be able to tout that. And again, I appreciated knowing that, hey, I wish I would have seen this film in theaters, obviously, because it was shot in 35 millimeter, and I'm not going to get the same experience on my 50-inch TV as I would, on a 100-foot screen or whatever. But just knowing that there's still filmmakers out there that actually care about shooting a movie on film, I'm all for that, and I more the merrier for that. Do I think that it needs to be at the beginning title card of every movie that hey we shot? No, no. Did it really need to be at the beginning of this movie? Probably not. But again, I appreciate them for telling me.
Well, the thing about watching films, it's kind of like, imagine, if you will, if you worked at a pizza place and you know
Oh, I
how
have.
pizzas are made. Um,
Oh yeah.
it kind of becomes hard for you to go somewhere to eat other people's pizza.
Yes.
Not just because you make pizza, but because you know what a good pizza is like. And there's so many places that don't make good pizza that
Exactly.
as soon as you see pizza right away, you're already making a judgment whether that's a good sauce or whether it's a bad sauce, whether it's got too much sugar in it because it's not a real sauce, or whether they use
Hmm.
marinara because they ran out of their pizza sauce and it's just bubbled all over it, and it's just you see what I'm saying. It becomes hard to enjoy a pizza, and the same thing happens with film. Is that you learn about these techniques, you learn about this method, and you learn that this is the way it's supposed to be done, and this is the way other people are not doing it that way, and so you wind up looking at a film not because it's a beautiful film, but because the technique was solid, because it was
Hmm.
beautiful cinematography, because
Yes.
they stopped doing they found a way to break the 360 rule. Uh, Face blue, droopy eyes. This is the closest to the face he mentioned. I'm gonna go over here to YouTube and see if I. Oh, I saw it. Oh, look at that. That's so cute looking. Let me take a screenshot of this real quick. Let me download that and then come over here, and then I'll hit a plus sign right there and I'll
Yes.
upload this image. Look at this, all happening in real time.
Real time.
Real time. All right, guys, this is what she was saying. If you couldn't see it on the, look at this. Look at that. This is the closest to the face he mentioned. I don't even know what that means. So, but I started watching this film and already I was out of it. I was already aware I was watching a film, and I'm supposed to take careful notice of the film grain because somebody said it was on film, and I need to be looking at how they did outdoor lighting while they were out there because film is not as forgiving as digital cameras when it comes to the HDR and all this other kind of crap. And all this
Yes.
is rolling through my head. But before I knew it, there was they went through. I went through at least three chapters. And in that fourth chapter that we were in, of course, not sequential, it was in chapter four. Um, I was drawn out the uh, um, by the transition to the next chapter,
Okay.
and I realized, whoa, I was just drawn out. That means I was in. It
Yes.
sucked me in as a filmmaker. You want that. You want to be drawn into the story. You want to forget
Yeah.
that you're watching a movie. You want the audience to forget that you want a movie. And this person, who is a filmmaker, did something for me is very, very hard to do. I rarely successfully make other filmmakers forget that they're watching a movie. And that's what he
Yeah.
did for me as a filmmaker. He made me forget I was watching a movie, which is what I wanted in the first place, which is what he
Yes.
challenged me to do by with that intro that he did. So kudos on you for slapping me in the face with the fact that this is a film and that it was done on 35 millimeter and that it's not going to be done sequentially and I'm going to have to keep track of everything. Good on you for actually sucking me into the story
Yeah.
and making me be involved with it until all of a sudden there's a red sign that says chapter whatever and we're moving on to this. You
I
rat
get that.
bastard, you got me. You got me. That was awesome.
Yeah, but I mean that's I don't know how much better really of a compliment you can give this movie to be honest.
Yeah. So, he interacted with us
Yeah.
on the Twitter, and I told him he could come on the show and talk about it with us, and you know,
So here he is, folks, ladies and gentlemen. No, I'm just.
you know what? That reminds me of something I used to do when I was a magician. I would say, and right now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce my beautiful assistant. But beautiful assistants are expensive, so I'm going to need a volunteer. Stupid jokes. Uh,
Kitty, yeah, like this is, I would agree, this is an artsy movie, but it's definitely not fartsy. And when it gets to that, when it starts getting into the fartsy, crossing that line, that's when I start thinking of movies like way too pretentious and just really like snobbish and like, oh, look how better I am. But this is just, yeah, this is just a nice artsy horror thriller, just crazy kind of a ride of a film. And like I said, I dig it. I dig it a lot.
he's
I
got much
hope
more
to see
important
more.
things to do, Kitty, than get suckered into interacting with random Twitter YouTubers.
Yes.
So, and I hope he's watching at least a little bit of this so that he
Sure.
knows
Yeah.
that there's no hard feelings that he didn't join us at all either. Because
Yeah.
shoot, you can't just pop somebody, corner some, put somebody on the spot on Twitter unless you're going to start some kind of feud. And I don't do that. I'm not a feuding kind of person.
Oh yeah. No.
So no,
No feuds here. Yeah. I mean, that would be amazing. I'd love to talk to a filmmaker who just made a movie like this.
yeah,
Just love to know just about like their inspirations for it. What what made them make the decisions they made. Why they wanted to make this movie the way they made it. Stuff like that would be very
yeah.
interesting to know because
I would
again,
love to have him and Charles on here at the same time so that
yes.
Charles can talk to him
Yeah.
about the color theory and everything else he was going on
Yes,
about.
I mean even Gray too, because I know Gray really loved this movie too. So like
Oh yeah,
I would, yeah, I'd probably just sit back and just let them two hear you guys talk to this guy, and I'll just listen because that they definitely have a lot more knowledgeable than I am. So yeah, but any kind of interview with that guy would be amazing to hear. Just anything about more about this movie for me.
it's the first time he was asked to be on our show, but no. Who knows? Who knows? He's probably got people that he's got to go through because he went through Miramax to get this done. So, there's a whole line of people that you need to answer to before you start just randomly showing up on people's podcasts and stuff.
Yes.
So, and I don't know. I think I've made some kind of list. Oh no, don't go on his shows. No, 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 no.
Oh, no, he would. It would be so. It would be an honor. Doors always open. Come on in. Oh, I asked about the truck. She meant. Has anybody asked about the truck?
Yeah, Charles did in the Twitter feed, and he came out and said it was black. So that's what drew him into the whole thing. There. So
And to be honest, that's the first time I have seen anybody ask that question or make that kind of suggestion on the Twitter sphere. So this very well could be the first time he was actually asked about the truck.
and good on him for responding on the Twitter and being
Yeah,
such a good sport about the whole thing.
absolutely.
Uh, it if you work on something for a long time, it tends to become a baby, and you don't like anybody talking bad about your baby. So when I came out there and I was doing that, and I put up the 2.5 stars, he called me out on that, and it's like he wants to find out more about that. I said, well, I'm only rating what I've seen, and I've only seen the first 10 minutes. So, and then I went up to, I think it was like 4.5 stars at about the 40-minute mark, because that's when I realized I'd been suckered in. We joked on the think that only one who could confirm it for us. He was the only
And
one
he
that
did.
confirmed it,
Yeah.
and he did. Yes, yes,
Yeah.
yes, he did. And you losers were wrong. So,
Yes.
so it was indeed a black truck reflecting the sky.
Yes. Which makes sense for somebody
Yes,
named the Demon should be driving a black truck. So
colorblind people would think it was gold and purple, but who knows?
Absolutely.
Black and blue, gold and white. I think that's what the dress was.
Oh, that stupid thing. Yes, it was. Yes.
He was the only one who could clear it up. Yes, yes,
Yes.
yes. Well, I cleared it up first. I made the definitive statement. But yeah, I got fact checked and I was right. Oh,
Vindicated.
I made myself laugh. I don't care. So, anybody else got anything to say about Strange Darling? No? Okay, I guess we can move on. But he can let the truck seem bluer at certain points, okay? But you know what? That has more to do with Ribisi than it does with anybody else.
Yes.
Didn't
Probably
Giovanni?
because he shot this on 35 millimeter film that he told you about at the beginning. Should
Yes,
have
it,
paid
it
attention.
tends to run blue, I guess. On the black end, he tends to run blue.
I hope to see more cinematography from Giovanni Ribisi. I like him as
Yeah,
an actor, but um,
like to see what he
this
can
I
do with the budget.
yeah, absolutely. This is what I guess you could consider this a low to mid budget film.
Yes, yeah, no, definitely low because
Um,
the economy says it's low budget.
yeah, but I mean it looks great. It sounds great. I think it's edited pretty well. I know, like you said, that's what kind of sucked you out, but um, overall, I don't know. I was just so pleased with it. It was such a refreshing movie to see. It was just fun. I had such a good time with it, and it was just so wild and went to places I didn't think it was going to go. Especially with the whole intercutting between the truck and the hotel. I didn't really think they were going to like take it that far, to be honest. But it it works for the whole story and how kind of absolute fucked both the people are, really. And that's what
Mhm.
kind of throws you off as well, because who's really crazier in this situation? Um, the one who's asking for it or the one who's performing it. So it does challenge your way of thinking on a lot of things, and put you in these weird positions, really. And I don't know.
Yeah,
I had so much fun with it. I really did.
I'm I'm gonna have to go back and watch it again because I'm not too clear on whether or not her intention was ever to carve an uh, EL in his chest or not.
Yeah.
It's really kind of it. She says kind of alludes to the fact that she never didn't want to do that and that this isn't where the night was going. But I'm really not sure.
Yeah.
So let's ask
Like we said,
Charles
it's
what he thinks.
oh yes, Charles.
Charles, do you think that she lured him there so that she could do that to him in the first place, carve an EL in his chest? Or did she kind of make up her mind to do that after her fun time didn't go exactly the way she wanted?
Can you hear me?
We
Yes,
hear you.
yes.
I was here earlier, by the way.
I
No.
didn't see you until it was too late and you backed out.
Okay. I don't know if I backed out so much as I thought I was something wrong. Um, I'm sorry.
Well,
So, do I think you're talking about Strange Darling? Do I think she lured him?
Yes.
Um, n- Perhaps. I mean, it does seem like she was setting him up one way or another. Like, I don't know if they defined the um, role play, for lack of a better definition, but the extreme aggression in which she wanted things. Like, I don't know if that was like a frame job or something, but she only wait, she carved his chest after she found out he was a cop. Isn't that the way it played out?
No, she went back and took a look at it after she found out he was a cop.
Afterwards. Okay.
But she did carve it into him after she realized she wasn't going to get what she wanted out of it. I think the whole thing she was doing there, being hot and cold, turning it off and on, was all part of her play. She was getting exactly what she wanted the entire time, the way I see it. And something happened. And I think it was that moment that she flashed demon in
Mhm.
front of him that that's when things changed. And that's when she went for the cocaine. Um, she realized that she was not going to get to finish whatever it is that she started, and now she had to go in a different direction.
Um, yes, I mean, considering her acts for the rest of the movie, because she was kind of frantic with everything she did with the mountain people and the lady in the hotel and stealing the car.
Yeah.
She was a bit more frantic and less methodical.
Mhm.
But with him, like she planned things. Like she gave him like the drowsy, whatever, the
Ketamine.
Yeah.
anti-cocaine, ketamine, right, right. Um, and she took the cocaine. So yeah, I guess that does seem pretty accurate. Although if she if she wasn't preparing for it going into it, why would she have both like both ketamine and cocaine? Hide
That's
kid.
true.
I mean, I think it's fascinating. Like the fact that there's some wiggle room with the way you could perceive it is cool. Um, I tried getting out of JT what the color black meant, but at least we got him to define the color black on the truck.
Yeah, yeah. I put it out there that he could come on the show. Still haven't heard back, so he's probably busy
Maybe,
or
yeah, short notice. That's all.
needs permission from the marketing team.
I don't think so. I mean, unless Miramax is, I
Listen,
don't think
everybody's got
so.
management.
Yeah.
He's got management, and he's got to go through his agency and stuff like that. So there's none of us unapproved people are allowed
Well,
to talk to him.
I was sent a screener, and um,
Well,
I
he could probably be on your show, just not mine.
yeah, I don't think there was much clearance involved. I mean, you're right. If Miramax is distributing, they're a little bit bigger than you know, whoever. $4 million is still quite a bit in the land of 8,000 YouTube subscribers.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, it is. It's definitely it's a higher mountain that we all aspire to as
Right, right.
filmmakers. So, are you a filmmaker, Charles? I forgot to ask. I've never asked.
I am a twice over failed filmmaker. I abandoned 2
Oh.
projects.
Yes, yes. Good, good, good. And I mean that because that is a success that a lot of people don't
Mhm,
have, is getting to the point where something can fail. And one of my biggest accomplishments was being turned down by HBO for a pitch.
mhm.
Because I got in the door and they looked at it. So that was a real highlight of my
Yeah,
youth. It was
yeah.
being turned down by HBO.
Well, I mean,
You should have
like
took it to
you
Netflix.
like you have I've had more experience in front of the camera than behind it, and that's,
Yeah, it's
I
always
reached my peak
funny
by
when
age 12.
I have stories, but then there's the NDAs that I signed,
Mhm.
so no, we can't
I have a
talk
couple of
about certain
those too.
things.
I mean, in theory.
In theory, most child actors do.
Mm,
No
Listen, we need to go to college. Sign that damn thing. So,
yeah.
oh, the child abuse
Sign that
jokes.
and go sit on
Just gonna
Uncle
say,
Harvey's lap. You
Oh.
need this role.
now we can argue about what that color means.
Luckily, I was a boy, and I don't think that was certain people's taste.
You
Wrong
just weren't in
flavor.
front of the right people, Charles. That's
Wrong
all.
flavor, that's
He
all.
was fortunately to work for the straight pedos. Don't say that on my other show, do we?
No,
This this is
no.
after
This is
dark.
after dark.
So can I
My
say
Enough.
goodness.
gay pedo then? Is that
Yeah,
Yeah, you could
legal?
say
Oh,
whatever
gay
you want
pedo.
on here.
you didn't work for them, or as we
Right.
call them, Pinocchio's dad, Geppetto.
I didn't sign an NDA, but I had a technical run-in with someone. Nothing happened, but it was enough to shake me a little
Oh boy.
scared.
Want
But
to see
yeah,
some pictures? I got them in
yeah,
a box.
something like that, like somebody who
Oh Jesus.
claimed
They got a
to be
shoebox.
a middleman, and luckily, before anything was moving forward, he was arrested uh, for very bad things.
Yes.
I don't think I worked again after that. That kind of
Oh,
that kind of shook me up. I was like, yeah, it's not worth it.
Yeah, yeah. It's uh
life in the big time.
well,
I guess.
it's not all the kids' faults because the
No,
parents,
right.
some of these parents are aware of what's happening, and
Yep.
Yeah.
going to
Like,
say they endorse anything
well,
or
they turn
approve
their head. Like
anything.
that's the catch with me. This guy was full of shit. Where I don't know if maybe he had a job in his back pocket. It might be like, oh, I'll deal with a little stress for a couple hours, and I'll be on posters everywhere. At least there wasn't that. I don't know,
Or milk cartons.
Yeah.
or
Exactly.
both.
Yes.
So, like, I can
Next on
understand.
VH1, what happened to Charles?
I can understand somebody being like, all right, so I'll have a little trauma, but I'll be in a nicer house.
Hmm.
Sure.
Let me just cry while I'm sitting in the sauna.
Yeah.
There's no water in here; it's all tears.
I feel very buoyant in here. What's going on? Don't ask.
How did we get
But
here from Strange Darling? This is my fault, I think.
Hey, it's all
Charles,
right. That's the whole point of the
did
show.
you read my review?
Um, did you put it on X, Twitter?
Yes, I did. I put it on X and said that. Well, I put a link to it so
Mm.
that everybody could go read it and you know come and challenge me on it.
I mean, I think he gave it a 7.5. It's not bad. Out of
After all was
10.
said and done,
Wait,
yes.
I see. Oh. Yeah, I saw. I'm bad with links, evidently. I saw the image with the six or the white background with the six images, and I was like, hey, that's a synopsis, but I didn't see the link. My apologies.
Oh, no, it's
Um,
okay. Yeah, I wound up giving it a 7.5 out of 10.
yeah, I was here when you were talking about normally you watch for 10 minutes. There was a chunk earlier. You were talking about how normally you watch movies because you were judging festivals and things in the
Yes,
past,
yeah.
and you watched 10 minutes of it and didn't realize that the nonlinear fashion was the way it was.
Well, that was a lot. I'm going to let you in on something. A lot of judges will do that. They'll watch
Yeah.
just a few minutes because they know exactly what's going to happen. They be just out of experience. Things people get into habits of doing things a certain way, and if young filmmakers start trending and they all start doing the exact same thing, you kind of know what you're in for. It's like those were the days of mumblecore, and everybody was. And so it wasn't until like maybe 5 or 6 years ago, some of these hosts of videos were allowing them the opportunity to have a new metric, which is watch time. So
Oh.
uh, people
Oh, boy.
would come back to the festivals and go, "Yeah, you said I didn't qualify for the festival, but I'm only showing like 4 minutes of watch time. So how could you have seen my movie
Mm.
and judge it not worth anything if you hadn't seen it?"
Hmm.
Yeah.
So,
Don't they do that? They do that with books too, right? Don't they like if it's I don't know 2,000 pages, they're supposed to read like 400 or something, like a fifth of it or something like that.
yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, very similar. Yeah.
But the thing about festivals is that and I when my son wanted to make his first film, I made sure he understood this. You're giving away your money. You are not guaranteed anything other than the fact that you are going to submit the film. That's it. That's what your $25 means when you're
Oh,
submitting to a film festival.
yeah. And I'm sorry. I want to go back to something you said before. You talked about a lot of people don't know the success in failure, and I really can't stress that enough, and I double that sentiment. Um, I've had a lot of indie no budget filmmakers kind of complain that I've been a little harsh on their projects, and it feels crummy, but it should come like from the get-go, that the fact that you have a finished product, that is a success on its own. Like you're at the top level. Like you finished something, that's a big deal. If I give you a 0, that's still a 10 out of 10 as far as production is concerned, because you got it, you finished it. That really is a success. It sounds like it's just cheap words, but it really is. Finishing something is a success, and you alluded to it earlier, and I just wanted to circle back to that because it is just having something complete is really a big deal.
Yes, it's a very big deal because you have done something that 90% of the people in Hollywood who call themselves filmmakers haven't done,
Right,
and
right.
that's complete something. You know, if you complete the script, success. If you completed casting, success. If you completed filming, success, whether it's been edited or not. And if you finished editing, success all the way around. Because there's lots of people out there who have yet to do any of that. You
Mhm,
know, people come in here and they'll watch Strange Darling and they'll see the way that it's a little bit disjointed, the way it's edited out of sequence, and they'll see that and think, okay, well, this is the benchmark. This is the way I want to make movies. Well, no, you need to learn how to make movies the right way first
mm,
before you can do this. Strange Darling is not an accident. Strange Darling is not a lucky guess and just a hodgepodge. No, there is a very, very significant intention. And I said this earlier that the editing of it and the sequence of the chapters is very, very intentional. It is a story device
mhm,
in this film and not just an editing or cinematic choice. If it doesn't get presented in this exact way, it doesn't work. If you watch it in the linear time format,
mhm.
um, it's not going to work. You're not going to feel the same way about the characters. The impact on them is not going to be the same.
It's
Uh,
Do you know the studio wanted it to be linear?
That's
yes,
what
and
Kitty
that's a
was
mistake.
saying.
That's a
Yeah.
mistake.
I agree.
There's and I was telling Bob this earlier. I said, as a filmmaker, it's one of the things you wind up doing when you're judging films, because I was a judge more than I was a filmmaker. I
Mhm,
judged far more than I did make films. So, but it is that you decide while you're watching it, well, you know what, a better thing to have done would have been this.
mhm.
He could have done A, B, or C, or I would have done X versus Y, and this would have led to that and made it a better film. I don't think I could have done that. I'm looking at this film and I'm trying to think of a better way to sequence the chapters, and there's not one. I
Yeah.
can't do that. And that is, to me, uh, that's amazing. The second thing that I thought was amazing, that it actually, after the first 9.5 minutes of making sure I understood I was watching a film and trying to keep me from watching a film. That's how I looked at it. They didn't
Mm,
want me to see anything other than a film and a masterpiece and look at what I'm doing. Oh, I'm so proud of myself. A lot of filmmakers will do that. They'll try to impress you with their knowledge of filmmaking. This wasn't that. I thought it
so
was. I
do you
was
mind
wrong.
do you mind if I ask what you thought you were watching in the 10 minutes that made you not watch or not continue to watch? You thought it was her as her as, um, what they were presenting as, him as the villain and
I love
her as,
linearity. Well, that's the thing. That's the thing. If it was done in sequence, you would have known right away that she was the villain. Okay.
right.
And by placing these chapters the way that they did, and starting with number three, and then jumping all over the place from that point on, um, what it does is it creates a sense of desperation and danger for her. You wind up empathizing with her as a female and falling into the trap that she's using to trap everybody else. So you become just like the people in the film. You actually
Mm,
become part of it. So
yeah.
if you rearrange it any other way, you're just witnessing a series of events because that's all this is just a series of events. It's not really a story. There's no hero's journey here.
Yeah, right.
There's none of the things that that you would normally be taught in film school about story structure and everything else. However, again, let me stress this enough: if he didn't know how to do this the right way that it says so in the book, he wouldn't be able to do it this way. This is a master class in restructuring.
Hmm.
Okay, this is a master class in filmmaking and
I
film
agree.
editing from A to B. I said this in my critique when I was saying it, you know, when I was looking at it negatively. This is one person's point of view who's not listening to anybody else. Thank
Hmm.
God. Okay. Thank God for that. Because what his vision is astounding. To be able to take such a cut and dried story that goes from A to B and turn it into something so engaging that when it shifted to chapter 5 or 6 or 4, one of those two, I was pulled out of the story, realizing we're going to a different part of the timeline,
Hmm.
and then it struck me that I was in. I
Hmm.
couldn't be sucked out if I wasn't in. He
Hmm.
had me. I was engrossed in the film. I said it. Art was um, the suspension of time and space.
Hmm.
That was achieved. So it's
Hmm.
art, you know, and it's worth watching. Definitely, you know.
Yeah. Um,
So so yes, everything I thought was because I was bringing something to the table. Okay, I was explaining this to Kitty with my history, with my views, with my judging other films, with the films that I've made and the things that I've learned. I brought a whole bunch of crap to the table
mhm.
and was just, what's that game where you're guessing
Life?
guess who, where you
Monopoly?
this person bald and then you knock these things
Yeah,
down.
yeah, guess
This,
who?
so I'm doing that, right?
Mhm,
That's what I'm doing, and I'm going through this in the first 10 minutes, going ka-tick, 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 ka-tick. That means I'm not really paying attention to the film,
right.
okay? And that's because he wasn't telling the story. At least I thought he wasn't telling the story, but he had already started crafting this narrative
Mhm,
that you're not going to be watching something ever in the present day. Okay. So none of this, even though it's a nonlinear structure, there is no present. When with other storytelling, even in Quentin Tarantino's stuff, when he goes back and forth, there is a present,
mhm.
there is a past, and there's a beginning. And he may not tell the story from that point of view because he's going from one character to the other and telling their individual stories. This did
Mhm.
not tell an individual story. This told a complete story by shuffling everything around. He structured it in such a way that you would feel what he wanted you to feel.
Yeah, I don't think it's flawless. I think it's extremely good. It's currently my favorite movie of the year. Like, there's things that, like, when I think about it, like the guy next door who says, "I have a gun," or "I have a gun too," like, I don't know if you could do more with that character, but also taking him out, um, I don't know if that's beneficial to me because you have 2 moments where her character deals with, um, an antithesis of the people she's been dealing with throughout the movie. Again, and it plays into the the gender dynamics, where without that guy, it says, "I got a gun too." Without that, we don't see her kind of get, dismissed by a man in the movie, and I don't know if it hits as hard, you know, in whole, because she just kind of exploited women and, kinda, gets hers at the end. But
See, I didn't see that sequence as nuanced as you did, I guess.
mhm.
Um, he's got a gun. She's running from the man with the gun. I got a gun too. Screw that. I'm jumping over the rail. So
Ye
she's not dealing with two men with guns.
Okay.
That's
See,
how I
like,
that's how
I
I saw that.
I would see it as if she's been exploiting your views on gender dynamics, why not hop with the guy with the gun? Why not? Like, if he's like, I got a gun too, but like, oh, thank you. And like, she's clearly unarmed. Jump
Yes.
over the rail into his side and be like, okay, thank you.
Well,
I mean,
that's, you know,
the fact
if
that
you're
we're
looking,
having this discussion is just it's so powerful to me.
I think, you know, she didn't go with the guy with the gun because she's already dealt with the guy with the gun, and she doesn't like guys with guns, obviously, because that levels the playing field.
Yeah, it
There's no time for her to do any of that, even though she is stripped down and bare, and she has just the tools that she's been using to rein in men. There's no time for it. There's no uh,
yeah,
there's no safety in it. A
she's
guy
in
with a gun,
frantic mode by that point. Yeah.
guys with guns do what they want, and she don't have time for a guy with a gun to do what he wants. And so it's easier to just risk your life going over the ledge than to run behind and hide behind the guy with the gun, because there's questions after that too. So
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Why is Kitty not? Is she
she
having the
just
same problems I did?
No, it's
Gordon
just
is
too early.
grumpy in the morning,
Oh,
so
right, right.
we're not going
But
to make Gordon grumpy by being loud.
you know,
So
Kitty did say something interesting though in the comments
Married
just a
life.
little bit ago, where she said, you know, if the movie is like in chronicle order, if you see it from the beginning, like you don't end up being one of her victims, if you know from the
Huh.
beginning what's going on. And thinking about that, that's how I kind of felt sometimes in the movie, especially once it kicked in that she is this absolute killer. You do feel a little victimized, and I think that's intentionally done, because just of the way everything's done. I mean, especially when you get into that role play scene in the hotel room,
oh,
it is it's just so wild that like you start kind of, I don't know, like for me I started kind of going back and forth with how I felt about her as a character, because here she is like asking for all this fucked up shit. And again, like I saw the dynamic as in that moment, like I didn't, you know, who's the worst of the two people? Again, is it the person who's asking for all this sick and sadistic shit, or is it the person who's actually performing it and doing it?
Yeah.
um and it's just, I don't know, like that was so good to me, and just like that, it got me, and it again, I truly feel like somewhat of a victim of hers, because you do, she plays into that role of those gender dynamics, and she does get you.
Yeah.
And it's, I mean, I don't think it's alluded to or that or anything, but I would assume this is like the first time in her serial killer career that she's actually had any trouble with anybody.
Right. Like, cause yeah, she's already chained up when the police show up, and she
Yeah.
goes the extra step to pull her pants down, and it's just like,
Yes.
wow,
Yes.
that's a lot.
Yeah, and I mean, but immediately, and I know some people have an issue with it, because the female cop comes in and immediately just all, you know, as the male officer was saying, just all protocol just went out the window,
Right.
because that's the first thing she sees is man down but girl chained up to tub with pants down.
Mhm.
So all logical thinking at that moment kind of goes out the window, I guess.
Yeah, and if you're just looking at that as a black and white image, oh yeah,
Yes.
girl chained up, guy
Yep.
shot
You take it
dead.
at face value.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Nobody's gonna not think differently, you
That's
know.
why I
And
feel like opening and closing that movie with the black and white shots. This is if I were teaching something, I would. This is how I would. This film is how I would teach film theory with color, because it's
uh,
fairly easy.
that to me seemed like the more artsy film school thing
Sure,
to do.
but you
Instead of
don't
just
need
black
it
and
to
white.
enjoy it, though. It's
The
no.
just
only
like
problem I
extra
have
stuff.
with that is that the opening sequence was a combination of something that happened and something that didn't happen. Um,
It's just
be-
tricky editing.
no, it's deceitful editing is what it is.
Sure.
And you know, you throw that out there, making people believe that that's part of what's going up, and that's one of the things. Like in a novel, you've got your hook. You put your hook out right at the very beginning, and it's like I didn't realize that my best friend was going to wind up killing me when the day started. You start your novel off with that, people are going to want to read the rest of the way to see how you got there. Okay, so he throws this at the very beginning. It's in black and white, so you don't know what to make of it right off the bat.
Mhm.
But are you a serial killer? Look, I'm choking somebody, like that. But that second part of that sequence was her description of what she wanted him to do. You
Mhm.
find out later on. It never even happened. It didn't happen that way. I mean, it might have happened, but it didn't happen that way.
But this
So,
doesn't this go back into the nonlinear fashion? Because we see him, like, choking her or whatever, and then we see the chase, and when we actually see that scene play out proper, it's they show it, like, somewhere halfway in the middle when they're doing their role-playing thing, but we already know as an audience, "Wait a minute, something happened where this guy's chasing this girl, so
mhm.
she's not," like, it was enough that when I was watching it for a hot second, I was when they were in the, um the mountain people home, I was like, "This might be some sort of sick game where they're trying to get these people in this house involved or some weird fucking purge thing," and it wasn't that long that I felt that, but I had enough doubt for a brief enough period where showing me that image kind of had me looking in different directions.
Did you see the
Yes.
connection between the Wizard of Oz and the mountain people?
No.
No, you didn't. Okay. They're sitting there eating breakfast, and she's come to knock on their doors, and he tells her to go get the spray. And by the way, I did comment on the fact that Ed Begley Jr. was eating the sausage and stuff. Um, Another thing that had pulled me right out was that he's a vegan. You know, what are they doing here?
I
You
th
know,
I th I
frying
think
eggs.
Gray looked into this. It was actually, uh, whatever that term is, vegan friendly, whatever. I don't know what the terminology is, but
Yeah, but
apparently it
then
was
again, me bringing my baggage to the table,
okay,
knowing what I
yeah.
know, uh, I popped out right at that point, and I did mention that to him when I was explaining my 4.5 stars by that point, 40 minutes in. You know, I thought he was a vegan. You know, let's talk about it. And he said in his response, let me see if I can pull this up for you. Um, he says in response to that, um, he is, and so am I, but the mountain people are not. So you know, and I was hoping he would come on and engage with us, you know.
Indeed.
But again, you know, I bring my stuff to it, and when I bring my stuff to it, that's gonna taint what it is that I see and what I hear.
Sure.
But having said that, they're at the table. They look out the window. He tells her to get the bear spray. We know she's got the bear spray because we saw part of this before, where she falls
Yes.
down in front of them. But
Mhm.
they have not experienced the rest of what's been going on, everything playing out in technicolor, if you will. Okay, with the bright greens, the bright reds,
Mhm.
black, the black that's so black
Saturation.
looks
Mm.
blue. So uh, the blues that look so blue, they're blue. You know. Um, so when their door is shut, it's sepia tones. They are sepia tones. His shirts are tan. Her dress is sort of tan. It's in the shade from the inside of the house. So it's kind of like when Dorothy opened the door to walk out into Oz, that was in Technicolor. There, everything is sort of black and white.
Hmm.
They open the door and the camera pushes past them. Ribisi probably having it in his hands out the door to where she is, where the trees are green, the red is fresh all over her, and she falls out and they bring her into the house.
Son of
Uh,
a bitch, I didn't notice that.
no
Neither
more
did I.
were they in Kansas, and they were now involved in whatever the hell else was going on outside.
That's awesome.
And the rest of the house, as you've noticed, there were colors in the house. And so their beige, sepia toned, hippy dippy life was changed the moment she showed up at their door. And
Mhm.
now there's bright colors in there and dark colors and contrasting colors. And, you know, the color red of Ed Begley Jr. on the floor.
And she stole a Percocet too.
Yeah.
Yes.
Bitch.
So, okay, what do we got here? We got a gray, a random gray showing up here. Look at that. It was a cruelty free blue alternative. Actually, we solved that. J.T. Molnar actually said it was a black truck.
Yeah,
So, haha.
great. We've proved you wrong. Director says so.
He
Yep.
did say it ran on ethanol, though.
I
Yes.
No, he
like that
didn't.
he answered it in all caps.
Yeah.
I
Black.
was like, yeah,
Pretty
right on.
correct for a vegan. So, yes, the phone was red. Thank you, Kitty.
All
The
the
phone
phones
was
are red.
yes, they
All
were
of them.
dangerous. They were dangerous phones. So,
Yeah. I
yeah,
thought that was a
that was a
reference to the 1966 Batman show. My bad.
yeah. When Kitty told
I
me that none of y'all
misinterpreted
had
that.
caught
And
that with the Wizard of
that's
Oz, I felt very,
a
very snooty.
similar thing, Bob. The phone, the red phone, is to call for help,
Yes.
distress.
So
It's
back to
inverted here. Yeah, it's inverted here because if someone calls the police or something, our girl here is going to be in trouble.
Yes.
Oh,
Did either of you notice because I know I've seen this shot and I want to say it's almost like an Evil Dead 2 shot, and there's a couple other horror movies that use this, but there's one shot in this movie when they are in the hotel room, and I
mhm.
believe it's almost like right after she gives him the ketamine, but she is like he's laying on the bed behind her, but she's standing like right in front of the camera where you can only see maybe like half her face and her eye, but you see him over like her left shoulder.
Mhm.
Like I don't know why I love that shot, but like I've seen that in so many like it is in so many horror movies.
Yeah,
And
it's called a deep focus, or
okay,
yeah.
yeah, because it almost has like that
Wait a
fishbowl
minute.
lens almost look like to
Isn't
it.
there a whole big thing now about the dioptic lens?
yeah, split diopter.
Yeah,
When I was learning about it, it was called deep focus, and you use the tool you use is a split diopter lens,
yeah.
and
Okay.
you know, Twitter has found out about it, so now it's no longer deep focus; it's now split diopter, and I'm just
Ah,
Yeah,
old man
all of
yelling
these
at cloud at this
filmmakers
point.
without cameras
Yes.
own it, and that and their very, very made in China widescreen lens. You know,
I mean, I don't know why, but it's like it doesn't look like anything else in the film, and I guess that's maybe why it kind of stuck out to me. Like out of all
well,
the shots in this film, it's the one it like you said, it has that deep focus or whatever the technical
Yep.
term is for it,
Yep.
but it looks kind of fishbowly. It's really, up close on her and he's in the background perfectly over her shoulder laying
Mhm.
there.
the
It just
split
I don't know why
diopter.
those shots stands up to me, but it
They
just does. The rest of the film doesn't really have like shots like that, I don't think. Other ones.
there's a moment where both of them look to camera where
Yeah.
they like in sequence they both look up at the same time, and at that moment I don't know if we know everything just yet, but it's this, wait a minute, one of these people's evil, and
Yeah.
they're both acting a little fishy. Yeah, it's brilliant. So the natural redhead, um she tried using her head, her smarts,
She
and
fell
it
for
got
it
her in
hook,
trouble.
line, and sinker.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
think
I
basically what her red head meant was that she was going to align with the lady,
she
and
sort of did. Yeah.
yeah, she sort of did, and she let her get away with her stuff. She fell for it hook, line, and sinker.
yeah.
And when she told her to run, she ran. She didn't stand by her boss at all.
No.
um, cigarette break in the woods. You know, Kitty, you can be in here and just discuss it yourself, instead of
That's
screaming at us.
same thing with Gray. I gave them both links. I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
So
In their defense, I had a difficult time getting in here. I don't know if that might be more me than them, but
I think
um,
it's the neighborhood.
Yeah, it's all going to shit.
the cigarette break in the woods, I didn't pay that much attention to. Although there's the trope that every time someone's smoking, they're up to no good. That's the one thing I noticed,
I
with the
expected
exception of
more
them
from it.
dating.
I expected more from it. I thought it was Schrodinger's cigarette because they made a big point of lighting the smoke from behind so that you could really see it, and it lingered around like if maybe they had a little pocket vape down below and made it stand out a little bit more. But it didn't show up again. I expected that's how he was going to track her, was he was going to see a wisp of smoke and
Ooh,
turn and start following it. But no. no, it came to naught. So,
Hmm.
or either that or it wound up on the cutting room floor because it took
Yeah.
too long to do that. You know, if the timing's wrong, then get rid of it. Um,
One of the other quote unquote gripes I have with this movie is with the exception of the long opening shot of her running and the long end shot of her dying. This is a short movie. Um,
Hmm.
if you like trim those down, this is maybe an hour, 10 minutes, this movie. I'm curious to know just how much is on the floor. Like, how long is this movie before any cuts?
that's a good question
Yeah.
because we don't know what their process of filmmaking is.
Mhm.
Are they the kind of filmmakers that will show up on the set and see what hits them and shoot whatever angle comes up to them at the time? Or are they the kind of filmmakers that will do coverage and then get creative? So
Well,
you've got wide close-ups over the shoulders
yeah.
and then do something nifty if you have time for it.
This
Or
is where Gray's a bit more valuable than I am because Gray looked into all like he looked into a couple of interviews with Giovanni Ribisi.
mm,
The one thing that I think was the benefit of this is one of the few movies that benefits from a delay, and I think they were supposed to film before COVID,
mhm.
and due to COVID, they had to wait, and you could see that they definitely put more work in everything they put on the screen with this, and I know without knowing what they were going to do prior to COVID and then seeing what they've done afterwards, I can't help but the time paid off in spades for these guys. Because it does look very methodical. Like if you have time, you get to plan these shots out.
I
Um,
storyboarded everything. I planned out my shots as to how I wanted to shoot it,
well,
and
if
I
someone
was
takes 4 or
going to
5
get
takes too
coverage.
long, yeah, if someone takes 5 takes too long and that you're losing light, that storyboard
Well,
goes
I
out the
also did
window.
rehearsals. I also did a lot of rehearsals and
Mhm,
worked with the actors. And I wouldn't. I was not ever married to the script. If they had a way that it felt better for them to say it, the
mhm,
lines, if as long as they got to where they were supposed to get, I was happy. Especially if it was comfortable for them, because the more comfortable they are, the more natural they're going to sound. The more
right,
natural they sound, the more realistic
believable,
they're going to be on
right.
camera. So, and again, I would plot all of my shots so that I would only shoot what I thought I needed, which was, it's. I don't say that it's stupid, but it's a little bit careless. I was talked into many times in getting coverage that wound up paying off later on in being able to do something and edit around stuff. I
Yeah,
worked on film
well,
set.
you'd rather cut than need something that you don't have.
Yes, yes, and I did work on a project with a guy, and I'm not going to drop any names, but basically
Steven Spielberg.
he wound up making the film work in the edit because what the
Oh,
guy
that's
was
George
giving
Lucas.
us, he was not he was not giving us what we needed on set. And
Uh-huh.
so we wound up having to do other angles and other takes and different ways so that we could edit around the weak spots
Hmm.
and wound up cutting together something that worked far better than if we had stuck to the animatics and everything else. So
Mhm.
um, I think they probably did benefit from it. They probably did get very creative beforehand and then went out and shot a lot of what they wanted and probably used a lot of extra stuff to fix it. But it's it's really well done. I mean, it's not the kind of thing where it's like, oh yeah, here's something they did. They cut away from this guy so that they could add this voiceover in post or whatever
Mhm.
ADR.
Right.
Did I show this already? If I remember correctly,
There's a
there's
verbal
a
line where a drink and smoke is mentioned. Oh, I don't remember.
I've only seen it the one time.
Yeah, there's not much to the dialogue that I would say is like if there is something that I would say is a point against the movie is the dialogue's pretty straightforward. it's they're not winning you over with words or anything. I don't remember the line, to be honest with you.
Oh,
Apologies,
you
kidding.
know what? For a film that is very very visually stunning
Hmm.
and is very the storytelling is done a lot with the visuals.
Right.
Um, there was a lot of text in the opening 10 minutes
Right.
to cover
Right.
a lot of the story, and then when you get to what is it, not chapter 5, they're in the truck. That was chapter 1, I think.
Hmm.
Um, they're in the truck. It's blue. They spend like a half hour, it almost seems like, just having a conversation in the truck. So it's
Yeah.
all dialogue right there at that point, you know, talking themselves into going in and having sex.
Yes.
Well, they also introduced. He says something like, we could just exchange numbers. Like that
Oh,
was letting you know that he was fine with, because he says something along the lines of, if you're not into this, we don't have to do this. We could just
Yeah.
exchange numbers. So that kind of gives you a little hint, like, um, why would he be strangling her if he's not totally into?
Well, that could be all part of his game, though, as well. If I
Sure.
mean, if you're still under the impression that he is, said killer, that could be the way he lulls his victims into a false sense of security. Um,
Yeah, I mean, it's just another thing where you're like, wait a minute, I need to see how this gets to this.
yeah,
yeah. And this is another thing that points to the fact that the editing is part of the storytelling. It's not just editing to help the storytelling. It's not just like me and this other guy did. We did not create with editing what was going on.
Right.
This
Right.
was actually part of the storytelling device itself. Putting this sequence of events in this particular order is part of the storytelling process. It's part of the story in the way that it's laid out. And if it's laid out linear, what was that word Kitty said?
Easy for you to say.
Yes, Gesundheit.
Yes,
And
she does say that, kid. Right.
she absolutely does.
I don't usually do this. So, and that right there also, I think, points to the point that she was not out to kill him. She was just out to do really, really kinky stuff.
I
And
mean, again, though, that could be her way of lulling people into a false sense of security as well.
Yeah.
no, she's not lulling
Because who?
anybody into by turning the faucet on and off. You're not lulling anybody into a sense of security. You are keeping them uh, on their toes.
Well,
Is what you're
well,
doing.
yeah, but by
That's
by
part.
that time they're just sitting in the truck, I believe, when she says that. So
No, I'm talking about like inside the, inside the motel room or hotel, if you want to call it that. If you want to be
yes,
generous, hotel room. Um, she is turning the faucet on and off, and just
yes, when they get in. I'm sorry, I'm
pulling
talking
a
about what
string
Kitty
thing.
said, and that she said that she doesn't usually do this
Yeah,
because
yeah,
Oh,
I thought she said that in the truck.
she did.
she did. She did say that in
Yeah,
the truck, and
that's
I
what I
think
mean. So I'm thinking that's her way. That could be her way as well of bringing a guy's guard down. Obviously, I would think a guy would know that when a girl says that to you, that's most likely bullshit.
if only
I
we had JT on the horn, we could
dude,
answer all these questions.
I would turn this into a 15-hour stream if JT was here.
Yeah, I just want him to negate everything you thought about color theory. That would be just absolutely fantastic.
Both Gray and I are wrong. That'd be
Yes.
awesome.
Just a quick
You
puff of
guys
a cigarette. And,
misinterpreted everything I
dude,
was
you're,
doing.
you're reading too much into it, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Couldn't
I
afford
just thought
the
it
green
looked
clothes.
cool.
Oh, wait, wait. He's sitting with a vape. But no, that's awesome. It's a better movie than I expected. I rated it higher than I started off rating it, and I kept rating it as I was watching the movie and moving through it, which is not the way you should rate a movie, ladies and gentlemen.
Mm.
No,
It's definitely
don't be
not.
like Rosales.
I think above all else, if like the more word spreads before people see this, they're like, I guess yours was, your expectation was like, what is this great movie everyone's talking about? And it like the more you hear something's great, you're expecting this flawless movie. And I feel like that might be a detriment to people who end up watching this. Like, yeah, it was all right. Um, and I don't think that's fair because there are so many mediocre big budget movies where this
Yeah.
thing is nothing. It's made for nothing, and it's a really good time. And uh, I really root for the little guys, like Terrifier 3. Right on. They inverse the whole Joker Folie à Deux thing, and Strange Darling is another great movie that I feel like I if people could show the big studios that them just gambling on things that they think people want, if they could just show them that they're wrong and they need to gamble again, like, that would be awesome, where studios just stop making decisions based on, "Well, this worked the last time." No,
Yeah.
no, people want to have a good time, they wanna be thoroughly challenged, they want good movies, they don't just want the same thing, they don't want, "Oh, this was good, so I'll see the sequel to this." Like, that Venom movie that's coming out next week, I have less than no interest in that thing.
Yeah.
Did you
Well,
get a screen?
that movie also came out of nowhere. It just all of a sudden showed up. Hey, we're coming out in November. Come see
Right.
us, or whenever the fuck it comes out.
Yeah,
Like,
like, how
I
could
didn't
that
even know they were making a third one.
I know. Like, I only heard of it, like, a week ago, like, "Oh, wait, what, that's coming out this year?"
Yeah.
Spoiler alert
Fucking
there,
Sony.
Chillmonger. I want to, in case you didn't know, spoiler, the clown did it.
Yes.
Uh,
Yeah. Yeah.
maybe not.
Come
Maybe
on, I'm trying to
not.
subvert expectations here. Um,
If you've
Another
seen
spoiler alert. It's a Christmas movie.
if you've if you've seen Terrifier 2, it
I
uh,
haven't seen Terrifier 2. I saw Terrifier 1, and then I
Good. At least
saw
you saw the
the
first.
All Hallows Eve that
see, I
preceded
haven't seen
it.
that. Yeah,
So I
All
wanted
Hallows
to
Eve
see
is
where
fun.
Terrifier, where art came from.
I think I think 2 and 3 either are better than 1. I'll
Sure.
say all of them are short on story.
Well,
If you're
yes.
going to those movies for stories, you're gonna have a hard time.
What I was looking for was continuity in uh, what's the deal with the clown? What is the continuity here?
Yeah.
He's killing people. He's killing people with his hands. He's using these rigged things and these homemade contraptions. All of a sudden, he pulls out a gun.
Yes, which is hysterical because you don't expect it.
Yeah, but everything else he's laughing at. He's laughing at the stuff that he does because he's doing it because he thinks it's funny. I get that part. I get that part. When he pulls out the gun, it's funny for us. It's not funny for him.
No, he's pissed at
It's
that point.
yeah, it's a necessity at that point.
Yeah, he's not happy that he had to turn to that route, but he will if he needs to. That's what I actually love about that character is it's not your basic just guy who will just torture and kill you or make you watch him as he saws your girlfriend in half. But if you kind of get like the any sort of edge on him, he'll just pull out a Glock and shoot you. Like that's awesome because it kind of goes against the whole that whole horror trope of okay, killer goes around chasing girl, damage hers a little bit, and then she just beats the shit out of him for whatever reason, and movie's over. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hero wins. You know,
Yeah,
not here.
I hope that there's. I don't see how he thinks he can get at least two more movies out of this because
He's gonna try.
after watching Terrifier 1 and the first All Hallows Eve's movie, there's a lot happening there that doesn't carry on from one movie to the other. It's not very consistent in the lore of who and what he is.
No, I seen somebody say before, and they're probably right. Like I think of All Hallows Eve goes like Terrifier is kind of like a proof of concept movie. To be honest, it really is because like Charles said, there really is like there's no story in it
Yeah.
whatsoever. There's no you just pick up with an interview of a girl with a disfigured face,
Yeah.
and then she's killing the girl that interviewed her, and next thing you know, now we're just following this fucking clown who's in some dirty building filling up a garbage bag of just
Yeah.
fucking hammers, nails, and bullshit.
It's a messed up Halloween night is basically what that movie is.
Yeah, and that's what to me, that's what I appreciate about like the first one. That one
Mhm.
because there's no rhyme or reason for any of this to be happening. Like zero, none. You get told nothing. Here you are, and here's this guy. Now watch what he does. And it's just I love the randomness and not knowing anything about him or even the two fucking characters that you spend most of the movie with. You know what I mean? They just end up being you know, just basically just meat to be chopped up by the whole end of the movie, which I like. There's no real survivors. There's nothing. It's just it all ends so on a dour note. And more horror movies need to be like that. I don't need carryover characters. I don't need, you know,
Well,
like
when you
Cheryl said,
watch,
the fit on story, but I don't need story in these movies.
if
To
you
me,
Yeah.
see All Hallows Eve,
hmm
you think to yourself, "Oh, great! This guy just made a movie so that he could show three of his short films that he made."
yes,
And in those short films, Art the Clown shows up, at least in reference, in all of them, and
yes,
then winds up being in the main thing, as if he's come out of this film or something. So you don't
yes,
really know what's going on with that. However, the Terrifier movie has a lot of callback scenes to the first film, like
yes,
the bathroom scene and things like that. So what he does in the bathroom and following the girl from that point on. Um, it's you wonder if if there's more. I feel like
I
it should have been more to it.
Mm.
maybe. I mean, I don't know. I guess it's a tough line when you get into with any type of slasher movie where you have a character who either is iconic or is potentially going to be iconic. You get a lot of times where you run into sequels that you get into like the over explaining thing.
Yeah.
Well,
And
I
how
just
did he grow up? Where did he come from? What's motivating? Like a lot of the times I don't need that. I don't need to be told if he is supernatural or not. I can figure that out in the fact that he just got his head chopped off and then comes back to life and kills a mortician and steals his eye to replace his own. No, I don't need explanation of that, where it comes from, if he is possessed. I don't need that. Like, I don't think the movie should really even be about that. And the more story in these movies, it's honestly the worst. To be honest with you,
I
my
agree. I think it's guilty of trying to do things
yeah,
like that little girl in the second one. Like, what? Okay, now what? like
exactly, because
it.
she's not here in the
whoa,
third.
Right.
hold on. I haven't seen the second one.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
Yes,
Oh.
yeah,
All right.
but
I
Go
mean
ahead, go
nothing.
ahead. I don't care.
In theory.
yes, in theory, there's a little girl in the second one, and in theory, she just kind of vanishes in the third. Um, But I mean, I enjoyed all three of them, and I enjoyed All Hallows Eve for what it was. But yeah, I don't need to get any sort of like real deep. I, honestly, everybody's going to see these movies for the kills because that's what
Hmm.
you know. Terrifier is kind of famous for, is they're kind of they're real gritty looking effects, which of course the effects in Terrifier 3 are amazing. They're like each movie steps up on the effects, which is awesome, and they
That's
don't
where the
ever
budget's
look.
going.
Yeah, exactly. You actually see the money on screen, which I'll appreciate because
Hmm.
Strange Darling, for a $4 million movie, to me, I saw that $4 million on screen, and the $2.5 million that it took to make Terrifier 3. I saw that more of that money on screen than I did with Joker 2. To be honestly, God, I don't know where that 200. I know it went to mostly paying people, but the rest of the budget, they fucked off with it because fuck that
Well,
movie.
it went to the Gaga.
That's what I
Well,
mean. They blew it all on that, and then you're stuck with I have enough money to get only one Chinese intern to do my fucking CGI
dude,
effects and everything else.
that movie is not going to make 75 million domestic. That is
What
wild.
about worldwide?
Worldwide, it's doing twice as well worldwide because I think it was
Sure.
like 150 or so worldwide total. So it made like
Yeah.
over
It's
100
a
already,
sure.
but
Only a
it's
hundred off of what it cost to make, but sure.
I don't think it's even going to make half a billion worldwide. It's in trouble. Like, um, it's making 101 per theater as of Thursday night.
Mm,
Um,
That's a
Megalopolis
dollar. That's a dollar one.
10 what
a
no
hundred and
no
one dollars.
101. Megalopolis is in 17th place, and that is making $111 per screen. So the only thing that's quote unquote saving Joker right now is the fact that it's on 4,000 screens. That's going to
Yeah.
change,
Oh yeah.
and it's not even at 60 million yet. It's going to tank. I mean,
That'll
it
be on
already
Max soon.
has. Yeah,
I
I wouldn't be.
think um,
It might be this week. It might be on Max this week.
this is one of those films where everybody is contractually obligated to keep it where it's at, and um, even though at this point in time there's a possibility that the theaters could make money off of the Joker,
Mm,
they're not,
right.
because
No.
they're not getting the turnaround that's needed for them to make the difference.
No.
So not only are they not making the money that they need for it, nobody who's got it, who's contractually obligated to keep it in the theaters for this long, is making any money off of it. And I've
Yeah.
seen that sort of thing
No.
happen. I went to a movie theater to watch a movie one time that nobody else was watching. It was one of these private screenings that I like to talk about, and they asked me to leave, and they offered to give me tickets to another movie, give me my money back, and send me to another movie if
Well, that's nice.
they didn't have to show the film, because it would have cost them more to run it for me than they
Yeah,
made it on me coming in and buying popcorn.
absolutely. I mean, $101 a viewing. I mean, like
Dude,
that's 4 or 5 people in the show
probably.
per
Dude,
screening.
the Substance is on 500 screens. It's making $276 per screen.
Yeah,
So if you
it's
take 500 screens away from Joker and give it to the Substance, that money would be bigger. Like
absolutely,
all the Joker is doing is costing everybody money right now.
and
Because
Are
taking
they
up space.
are they being put out by the same company? Is that a Warner Brothers film
the
distribution?
Substance, I
Substance.
think, is
That's Neon.
Lionsgate.
See,
Lionsgate.
now
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
it might be Neon. You're right. Mubi. I don't know what their
Yeah, no,
distributor
you're
is.
right. Mubi, yes, Mubi was involved in it. It did have like 6 production companies at the beginning of the movie.
Yeah, it's one of those indies that, here, let's all chip in and release this thing.
Yes, which another great movie though. For another great
Yes.
movie.
Yes.
That movie looked amazing too, and the
Hmm.
effects in that movie were brilliant. And again, another low budget movie that should be making a ton of money, and definitely should be on more screens than just 500. That's kind of wacky to me, if
Hmm.
you ask me. Especially with having like Demi Moore as your headliner, put her on more screens. Who the fuck isn't going to want to see her? But
Yeah, and they're already in the green. They've made 12.5.
yeah, good for them. And they should. It's very well deserved. That movie,
Hmm.
that and Strange Darling, so far right now that are like tied for me out of these for the year of like the best movies I
Likewise.
watched this year.
Likewise.
Yeah, they were just so good and just so like refreshing. And
Hmm.
it sucks that they can't do that they get they get put up in theaters, but like they're on limited screens or they're just in the middle of all like these huge $200 million budget movies coming out,
Well,
so they kind
yeah.
of get lost in the fray. But I'm hoping movies like this, like they get like these to me would be movies that would end up with like a huge cult following, and
Oh,
if
yeah.
if this was the '80s, these movies would live on forever in VHS,
Yeah, the
and everybody would be
blockbusters. Yeah.
talking about exactly.
Yeah.
Um,
Like next week, Venom is going to accidentally make $10 million. And it's just like, come on, man.
you
Not
think
even
so?
trying.
I don't know. This might be another. I've heard 0 people talk about this.
I
To be honest, nobody's talking about. Oh, I can't wait to see. And I
if
mean,
it
it's
costs $10 million to make, that would be fantastic.
yeah, but this is a Sony movie, so they're just blowing stupid money on something that they're not going to get a return on.
They're
'Cause
just
that's what they
paying
love
for
to
the
do.
licensing to continue. That's all they're doing with this
Yeah,
movie.
yeah. They're
Yeah, they're
basically killing time till they can get another Spider-Man movie out there
Yeah.
and finally make
can't
another
make
billion
that Disney
dollars.
money if we don't make one of these movies. So
Yeah, and I mean Sony's terrible about this because I mean
Yes, they are.
they make $1 billion and then they immediately just blow that money on bomb after bomb after bomb after bomb after bomb, all just waiting until the next Spider-Man movie can come out.
They get
I
bailed out
don't
with things like Bad Boys every now and again, though, too. That did
sure
quite well.
you're right, that did do
No,
pretty well.
no, you're right. Sony's
They're
atrocious.
brutal. Yeah,
no,
I mean
and the thing is that they're doing that just like you said, just to keep the license that
Mhm.
they have, and it keeps Disney over a barrel because they make a ton of money off of Disney using the character. So it's okay, but I love Tom Hardy. Yeah,
sure, I love Tom Hardy
Hardy,
too. A lot of people
Tom
do.
Hardy loves the bottle. We'll talk about that in a minute.
Oh.
He's he's a great actor, but not even that. Like his name recognition doesn't, make me want to see Venom 3. I
Yeah,
saw
but
Venom 2, so I definitely don't want to see Venom 3.
I don't know how much money he's being kicked back from Sony not to make a Spider-Man movie with Sony, but just like it's like right now, Disney is making a shit ton of really, really bad financial decisions
Hmm.
that have absolutely nothing to do with making money, and I couldn't tell you why they're doing it. A whole lot of
That's the big
speculation,
question.
but
Is always why.
he's just a good-looking boy.
I
Well,
agree, kiddo.
He
30
is.
years old.
I would agree too.
Um,
He was in a movie that I don't think got talked about much. It was he played. I think it was just called Capone, where he played um, Alphonse Capone later on in his
Mm.
life, and it was a real like. I don't think it got much like play or much press at all, but it was actually really good because it was about I believe he contracted syphilis later in life, and then he kind of started going like crazy and shit, and that's kind of what it's about. And
Wait,
just
is that why he's doing the Venom movies?
that could be.
Oh, you mean Capone got syphilis? Okay.
Yes, Capone got syphilis, not Tom Hardy. Tom Hardy got syphilis as Capone in a movie.
You're
I don't
spreading
know if he got
rumors.
it for real. Yeah, I know. I got to watch how I say things. Um, but yeah, he is a great actor. But no, sorry, not for Venom 3. I just don't give a shit at all, and I don't think anybody else does really. So if this movie does accidentally make 10 million, I will be surprised.
When people are joined in on movies like that, I believe it's because they got a mortgage that's due.
I mean, that could be true. I mean, a perfect example: Michael Caine did Jaws: The Revenge just so he could buy his house.
Hmm.
And that's hey, sometimes you got to do that.
Did you watch
Especially,
The Firm? I think that was the name of the movie where Tom Hardy played a pair of twins, and one of them was
oh, you're talking about hang on, yeah, I know the movie. I know what you're talking about, where he plays the Cray brothers, I believe.
yes,
Yes,
Craze. He plays the
yes.
Craze, and one of them was not gay because
No.
he was the one giving, not taking. That's what made him
Yes,
not gay.
yes,
So yeah,
Making, not taking.
yes.
What's going
yes.
One of them had a fondness for boys.
on?
But it's a good movie, and he was great in that. But again, it's just
Yeah,
nobody.
he's
I've
either got
seen
a piss
nothing on.
poor agent or he likes to
Yeah.
gamble. I don't understand.
Well, I mean, it could have been. This could have been contractually obligated when he signed up for the first Venom. Hey, we'll sign you in a three pitcher option in case one does well, which it did, and now you're stuck making two more.
Oh, three picture options used to be a good thing.
Not no more when you get into these superhero movies. That's your
Hmm.
career is now. Even Tom Holland, Spider-Man himself talks about how early in his career he was just beholden. His life was signed away, and he was at Disney's beck and call, and every second of any time they wanted him to do something. Where now he has a little bit more freedom to say, yeah, I don't want to do that. Which gives me hope, meaning that he probably just won't rush into a Spider-Man movie for Sony just because they want to fucking make one. Because the rest of their film year has gone down the tubes, and they need one positive. Just $1 billion movie, and we're back in black.
Dude, I am rooting so hard for like little movies just to put all the big studios on their ass.
Just to get in theaters, a
Yeah.
decent run.
Yeah.
That's really all they need. I mean, it's a shame. I would, getting back to Strange Darling. Um, it looks like the kind of movie that gets limited release on the outside, just because it's hard to describe what it is. You can't hardly sell it.
Hmm.
Um, there's no really, there's no good tagline, log line, put it in a commercial on TV and people will go see it. Um, but it is the kind of film that deserves wide release
Hmm.
Yes.
because anybody who takes a chance on it is going to come away with something. Uh, if they can get past the first 10 minutes, good God. Um, they'll be happy they watched it. I was. And I
Well,
was
like,
happy I came back to it.
see the thing, like the smutty thriller that used to be that used to be money back in the
Yes.
early '90s, like Basic Instinct, things like that. For some
Yes.
reason, like these sexy thrillers just aren't. theater movies anymore, and that's kind of a bummer.
Do
Well,
you?
this isn't even a sexy thriller. I mean,
Right.
it's not sexy. It's got those elements in there, but it's not gratuitous. Even the violence isn't gratuitous, but it winds up being shocking simply because of the lack of it when it comes around. You know, it's
Mhm.
timed so well that it is what it's supposed to be. It's effective, it's shocking, and it's not something you look forward to seeing. And so, in the limited scope that it was used, it was very, very effective.
Yes,
More so than it would have been in a Rambo movie where he's cutting off people's arms and you can see it.
absolutely.
Kitty says, I'm off to read books with Dorcas and whatever
Oh,
group of letters that means.
Okay, thanks. Bye. That's what
Uh,
that reads.
it means exactly what it says. I'm an idiot. Okay,
Bye,
that's awesome.
Kitty.
Bye, Kitty. Enjoy
I
your
get
book.
a.
What happened to Gray?
Gray never showed.
Yeah, you never.
Um,
He was in the chat for a hot second.
yeah, he popped in to talk crap and then left.
Yeah,
So,
he talked
Aw,
his shit and literally just bounced.
phooey.
yeah, so
He's not having any
yeah,
part of the black truck apparently.
Oh, yeah, maybe he's, just, putting Band-Aids on his wounds.
yeah. That's one of the
Realizing that
the
I mean,
the car is
Rosales, did
black.
you see the substance at all yet?
No, I have not seen The Substance.
Oh
Ooh,
my gosh,
ooh.
I'm not sure my wife would let me watch The Substance.
she'll let you watch it. Watch it with her. It's a good couples movie. It is. I bet that I loved that movie so much. I mean,
Yeah, I don't think it's
that
much on a different, moral plane than Strange Darling is, I would say.
yeah, but it's just so wild and so good. And
Yeah.
I never have. I don't really have like ever have like Hollywood crushes where it's like, oh my god, I'm in love with this actress because it's just so nonsensical and unrealistic. But man, for some reason, Margaret Qualley, I cannot get enough of her. She is like, I don't know, she like right now to me is like when I harken back to the old days of like a Hollywood starlet, that's what I think of her. Like
Hmm.
I don't know why, but she's so good in everything that she does. I don't think
God,
I've seen a
knit and
bad
watch
performance by
Driveway Dolls. See what you say.
Oh, yeah, that's a rough time, that movie.
her. Okay, well I didn't see that one, but
Yeah, it's you
It's
you
got
could probably
Margaret
avoid it.
Qualley in it, and
Yeah.
guess what? She's a lesbian. You might like it.
I mean, so far I haven't watched anything with her that I've been like, oh, this sucks.
Oh,
But
yeah,
man,
so
she
so
is.
don't watch Driveway Dolls. That might
Yeah, I won't watch that
that'll
then. That might.
ruin things.
Yeah, that's gonna ruin my whole perception of her. But no, I thought she did fantastic in the substance. Like so did Demi Moore. Both of them they deserve Best Actress and Best Supporting. If you ask me, I would put that up against anybody right now.
Hmm.
I hope they get someone nominated. I think their performances were so good. Like
Yeah.
they were wild. But get on that, Rosales. You got to see that fucking movie. It's crazy. It's insane. It just
It's crazy and insane.
yes,
How have you not seen it yet?
yeah.
Again, with yeah, I'm homeschooling the boys, so it gets really, really tough. I'm watching
No.
everything in increments
Listen, they would appreciate it
right
too.
now.
Yeah, cover the
In
I
arts with
fact,
say
the boys.
Margaret, you say Qualley. Margaret.
Quali.
Film
Yeah,
school.
yeah. This is actually a movie. Yeah, don't watch it with your wife. Sit down with the boys and watch this. That'll probably go over better. It's a family movie.
Afterwards, I'll pass around cigarettes.
Yep.
Jill, you
Cigarettes and
want
have
to
your
talk
first
shop?
beer.
You're invited. You're
Yeah.
welcome to show
Yeah.
up.
What do you got, Chillmonger? What do you got going on? Besides your
Multi-topic. Look at that.
Google
Hello
searches
there.
of Margaret
Hello there,
Qualley.
multi-topic.
Ah, Malty. Hello.
Hello.
We're waiting for Austin. We can't sign off until he shows up.
Good luck with that. I don't know. He's had a busy week this week. He's been working and stuff and been all over with his short film projects that he's doing. So
Hmm.
because we were gonna do our weekly stream yesterday, but he's been so busy and I just keep teasing him. I'm like, yeah, you just watch that Fox News interview, and that's why you don't
If
want
you'd
to,
like to paint me a star, it's in purple. Have it a
painting a
jar.
star.
Wait, what's the Fox News article?
No, no, I was referring to Kamalama's appearance on her Fox News
Oh,
interview.
oh, 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 yeah,
So
politics.
that's what I keep tossing. Yeah, that's what I keep teasing Austin about. That's why he doesn't want to film anything this week. I'm like, it's just so embarrassing. Even you don't want to do it. I'm like, I understand.
Have you
I've been
seen?
having a
I'm sorry. Have you
no, go right ahead.
seen The Apprentice?
Yes, I did. Thank you for saying that.
Dude, it
And
sucks.
you thought it sucked? I
Yeah.
thought it was kind of hysterical, to be honest with you.
Wow.
I,
Okay.
yeah, we got two different. Did you? I don't. I would assume Rosales didn't see it. No, you didn't see I mean, it just basically follows Trump through the 70s and 80s.
Hmm.
Here's what I thought about it. I didn't think it was like. I don't think it went like either way on being too biased or anything like
No.
that, or
No.
being too friendly to him. It kind of like tried to sit in the middle. Um,
Yeah.
there was one scene that does have that is based on kind of rumor that isn't really.
Is that the rape scene?
Yes,
Yeah.
which could be true, could not be true.
Right.
It could go
Right.
either way, but they kind of imply that it is actually
Right.
factual.
Right.
But it's weird because Sebastian Stan I thought was amazing in
Oh,
it.
I
To be
agree with
honest,
that. He was
his
fantastic.
perform like he nails Trump to a T from his
Dude,
early years all through the 80s. Like
the
he
funny
nails
thing is, in the beginning of the movie, like when he's on that date and he's talking about all the other people in the
them.
club, he didn't have that like Trumpy accent. It was
No,
like he adopted it, and it seemed like he took some of the lawyers the way he was talking. Like he had it,
yes,
and I thought that was really for this purpose of the movie. It was a really nice touch.
yes, and the way the makeup on him subtly changed throughout the
Yeah.
movie because it's very subtle changes. It's not
Hmm.
anything drastic or dramatic, but and then he starts adopting like that, like you said, that lawyer's kind of tone and the way he talks and the way he does things.
Yeah,
As
loses
it's
and yeah.
yes, because
So
as
it
it's shown
was
in the
the
movie.
lawyer who sounded like that?
So
Um, what's his
the
name?
movie Roy Cohen
Yeah, Roy Cohn.
was the lawyer that Trump met like in the late 70s, mid 70s, going into the 80s. That Roy Cohen kind of took him under his wing and kind of taught him, made him who he basically. It made him the kind of man he is now. He adopted Roy
Showed him
Cohen's
how to
three
grab
rules.
things?
Basically, yes.
They let you.
Yeah, they just let you. Actually, when you have that much money, they just let you. Um, but I mean, I don't know. I like the way it was shot and everything. I thought it kept like the aesthetic of like the late 70s and 80s New
Oh yeah,
York
it felt
real well.
like crappy gold foggy
Yeah.
80s shit. Yeah, I like the way it looks. As far as the story's concerned, I was just
I mean,
underwhelmed.
what were you expect I like myself I kind of thought like it was going to be more sensationalized and more exaggerated.
I agree. Yeah.
Um but it didn't take me as a disappointment as this almost seems just like a biographical pick following somebody for I don't know what the span was, maybe 10 years. But
Yeah.
I I don't did that I mean is that what kind of negates the movie for
I
you that it was just kind of
I
here's his story and that's it?
yeah, it like it wasn't propaganda, and I don't know if that's a good
No.
thing or not. Like it wasn't like pro-Trump and it wasn't really anti-Trump. It was
Yeah.
just kind of like speeding through the things. And as far as a story is concerned, considering how much in the film is concerned, considering how much he adopts the way Roy Cohn kind of approaches things, the
Mhm.
relationship that they have, like by the middle, it's not really that big a deal anymore. And
No.
I kind of felt like let down because if he adopted the way Roy Cohn, approaches things, why was Roy Cohn so, for lack of a better definition, why was he so like pathetic towards the end? Why wasn't there like this shift that we got to see build?
Yeah, I get what you're saying there. When I watched it with Austin because it was like we were for some reason just up at 7 in the morning at the one day, and we're just like, let's watch The Apprentice because it's out
Hmm.
and we can just watch it. So,
Hmm.
and he kind of thought because I thought at times that the movie was kind of going back and forth on like making Trump a little bit sympathetic of a character, and then
Hmm.
at times obviously not doing that, and then making the people around him more sympathetic. Because obviously when he first meets Roy Cohen, Roy Cohen is just like
Yeah,
what
he's a
Trump is
cock.
now. Just exactly,
Yeah.
he's just a cock. He's an asshole, and and he tells you right off the bat that yeah, I'm an asshole and that. And I mean, Austin was saying that when they get to that one pivotal moment where Roy Cohen actually confronts him like outside of Trump Tower there,
Hmm.
when they haven't spoken for a while, and because he's now getting billed
Sued or
from
whatever. Oh yeah, yeah,
yeah,
right, right.
he was getting billed from by Trump for his friend staying at the hotel that he said he could stay at, and it like Austin said that you that's such a pivotal moment because it is where Roy Cohen tells him like any last shred of humanity you have, you it's gone. Like you don't have anything left.
Hmm.
Which kind of gave me mixed feelings because the whole movie Roy Cohen's a complete dick and a complete
Yeah.
asshole, but now it's like they're trying to draw sympathy for him because now the guy who he mentored to be this way has like surpassed him as far as what he was trying to do, and it
Hmm.
those things were kind of conflicting for me. But a lot of the times, I don't know, just because I don't know, I think Trump's just a funny person and just does wacky, insane shit. Um, so when the movie's just like showing things that we all know and stuff that you'd absolutely expect, I don't know, some of those were just funny to me. Hearing him talk about people, obviously, and just he's a loser, he's an idiot. I don't know. Some of that stuff just made me giggle, just the way he
Yeah,
acted. But and it mostly was because of Sebastian Stan's portrayal because it was just so good. He
yeah. Like when he was
I thought
talking
that was
about
gonna be.
opening. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I thought it was like I thought it was almost like kind of a bad choice at first until watching the movie, because I'm like, oh, Sebastian Stan, he's a real good looking guy. Um, how's he gonna actually pull this off? But you know what? Props to him because he 100% killed it. Just
Oh
100%.
yeah. I mean, I don't aesthetically, I don't really have a problem with the movie. I just feel like the story, like
Yeah.
if it would have been a love letter to Trump, I would appreciate it more. If it was like a hit job on Trump, I would appreciate it more for,
Exactly.
as far as getting the audience to feel a certain thing. It really just feels like this happened and then this happened and then this happened, but I don't really feel an attachment. Like when they have like the prenup thing,
Yes.
and I Ivana is like she's really stern about things, and
Yes.
she like that felt like it should have been. I mean, like you talked about how Roy was a dick, and Ivana has that similar moment during the prenup, and then they have that moment where he says something like, she still hasn't forgiven you for the prenup,"
Yes.
and then towards the end they're sitting next to each other, and like they're kind of sympathetic to each other, and it's like I don't I don't feel like I've earned this relationship here, unless they cut something.
Yeah, and that's why I don't know what the big hoopla over this movie was because of the fact
Oh,
that it
it
kind of
doesn't
hits
deserve
just
it.
such. Yeah,
Yeah.
it absolutely doesn't. Like I don't think even if you're super political on the right or left, like I don't think if you're a lefty you're gonna watch it. I don't think you'll be happy if you're a lefty and you watch this because it isn't giving you anything you don't know, and it's not super sensationalized or exaggerated.
Right. Right.
And if you're somebody who's super on the right and you watch this, it's definitely not going to change your opinion of Trump by any means.
I'll tell
You'll
you what
probably just
pisses
be like, ah, okay, whatever.
something that pisses me off is if this movie were made next year or last year, it wouldn't
Mhm.
have the attention it does right now. Like it feels like a cash grab for, okay, he's running for president. Let's put this out now. Like I don't think
Sure.
it's relevant next year,
No, probably not.
and
But
that pisses me
again,
off.
well, yeah, and you know what? I kind of agree to that because again, like I said, I thought I felt like this movie was going to be, and I always go back to it because it's such a crazy movie. But the John Belushi movie Wired with Michael Chiklis with the commish, like that movie was just so wacky and sensationalized and just so kind of like out of touch
Hmm.
about John Belushi's life that it's if you ever get a chance to watch it, you should.
Hmm.
It's absolutely asinine. Um, but like I thought this was almost going to be like sort of in the vein of that, where it's just like I thought it would kind of be like from his perspective, more so like he's telling the story as a narrator.
Yeah,
Um,
they could have done Citizen Kane from the Trump perspective, and
yeah,
that would have been neat. Like I would have been on
it,
board for something that ridiculous.
exactly.
Where's
And
Bud?
I think it would have I think it would have been like played better if this was more of like a docu comedy almost.
Right, right. I just a wish for the sake of having to watch this movie this year. they would have put both their feet in the pool one way or another. Like either
Exactly.
take them down or go in with them. Like
Yeah.
don't play it so close to the line here.
Yeah, because at the end of it, you really come out indifferent on the whole
Right,
movie. It's
right.
just yeah, it's just whatever. Okay, like I knew a lot of this stuff, and now I've seen it played out in a movie, and okay.
Yeah, and it stops by the like 80s. Like that
Yes,
was like
That was
which
the
I didn't like either.
drama part of the docudrama there, Gray. Um,
AIDS and rape.
Listen, the best part about anything in that movie with AIDS is when they have a scene of Trump going to a doctor who's like a health doctor and is trying to talk to him about the way he eats and everything, and he's asking these like crazy questions like, can you get AIDS if they breathe on you, if they touch you? Is that true? Can you do that? Can that happen? And the doctor's telling him, no, you can't get AIDS if they breathe on you. It's just because I can picture that 100%. And to me, like that was comedy gold there, like stuff like
Dude,
that, and that's what I kind of wish they would have leaned into more.
and he
Beach
talks
Village.
that was the same thing where he said he wants liposuction. The doctor's like, you can take exercising and stuff. He's like, no,
Yes,
I don't have time for
no,
that.
yeah, no, I don't have time
Yeah.
for that.
For those who don't know, in the early '80s and late '70s, before AIDS was a really dramatic illness, it was a weight loss supplement that was kind of like a chocolate. So,
Yeah.
yeah, there's that.
Wait, what?
Yes, there was a chocolate supplement called
Oh, well,
AIDS, AIDS,
that's
and
funny.
it was going to aid you in if you want to lose weight, try AIDS. Well, I think
Oh,
the commercials.
yeah, in the UK,
And
it's called Lycus aid or something. Yeah, yeah.
Well,
yeah,
everybody
so
here fucked that up and contracted the wrong AIDS to lose weight. Lost
well,
more than weight,
That's
it
unfortunately.
worked. To lose
it
weight.
worked, but for how long? Like, I mean, when you
About six
stop
to eight
using
months.
that thing,
I
once
think it
you're
worked
done using
permanently.
that thing, will you gain back the weight?
Uh,
Um, I don't think with
Well,
AIDS you'll gain back the weight.
yeah. Well, it depends. If you took the chocolate AIDS and stopped eating that, you might gain back the weight.
Yes, yes. It was an appetite suppressant. So,
Yeah.
uh, where for Tom Hanks, it was an Oscar award-winning role,
Yes.
not a
Yes.
dinner role either.
If you get AIDS or go or put on a good retarded performance, that's not full retard, but only like semi to three quarters, you're kind of a shoe in for an Oscar.
Yeah. So to cut things off, Bob, I I gave it 2.5 out of 5. So right down
That's
the
fair.
middle. It's
That's
a
fair.
movie that I feel like I'm going to forget
Yeah.
like a
It
year
is.
from now.
It's absolutely a forgettable movie. I think it's fun to watch in the moment, kind of with all this wackiness going on. But again,
Mhm.
I think it's going to disappoint a lot of people on the left because it's not saying this guy is an absolute menace to
Yeah.
society, like they're saying now. But and it's going to be very indifferent to people on the right who are just going to be like, whatever.
Right.
Because at the end of the day, though, that's kind of what the movie is. At the end, it's just whatever. Ends abruptly. Which I thought that's one thing I absolutely didn't like. We just end at a certain time in the '80s and then it's over.
Right.
Um,
Multi-topic. Did you happen to see The Apprentice? The story of Donald Trump?
no. I'm actually
ah,
curious. Is it better or worse than Back to Black from this year?
Ooh,
Oh,
Because
wow.
I think it's similar, maybe not, like
That's a
different
pretty good
characters, but
comparison, Multi. It's equally as mid for me, actually.
that
actually,
was my question. So perfect.
I might say Apprentice is better than Back to Black.
So if I had to watch one of these two, I think I would go Apprentice then.
Yeah, I would agree.
yeah,
Okay,
Because if you're
perfect.
going to watch something on Amy Winehouse, watch the documentary called Amy because it has all the heart and emotion and it's actually the things that are happening to her.
Nice. Well, this is what I will be doing next. That sounds fun.
yeah. I would definitely. I mean, I think, like I said, it's just people are just gonna be mixed about it. But like I said, for what I watched, I enjoyed Sebastian Stan's performance. That was definitely
I
top
agree.
notch. Um, I enjoy the way the movie looked because it was shot in just such like a real old timey gritty way that made the feel of like late '70s,
you
Yeah,
'80s New
know,
York
it definitely
feel
feels like
authentic.
something that was
I just
produced in
want
the
to
80s.
I just want to answer this real quick to Chill because he says that a Trump supporter produced this to beat somebody else who would have gone hard on Trump. And according to all the gossip rags, nobody's going hard on Trump.
Yes. I mean, this movie definitely isn't going hard on
Mm.
anything really. Like I said, it makes one assertion that could or could not be true that isn't really verified. Um, but aside from that, like everything else is pretty much public knowledge. It's
But part
nothing that nobody knows.
part of
So,
that little scene is the thing that leads into that scene is he tells her he's not attracted to her anymore, and he's
Yeah.
whatever, and then he rapes her. Like that doesn't make any
What?
sense to me.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, it really doesn't because and it's weird because it wasn't like it's not even like he's being an asshole during the breakup. Like
Right,
he's being
right.
completely like, look, I don't have any feelings for you. I'm not physically attracted to you. I don't think we
Yeah,
should do this anymore,
it
which turns
doesn't
into an
fit.
argument and then into rape. So it is very weird and kind of like it doesn't flow like any sort of
Right.
natural thing would. Um, because why is
But
he
did
doing that when he has no want or need or use for her at that point?
Hmm.
It makes no sense.
did this really happen, or that was like more dramatized part of the
Allegedly.
movie?
Yeah,
Oh,
it's an alleged
okay.
thing. Like they say it happened. The movie kind of makes a point to be like, okay, this did happen. But it is kind of an unconfirmed story. I don't believe like Ivanka herself is ever Ivana, whatever this one's name was, whatever the first one's name was. I don't believe like she herself ever came out and said, "Hey, this is what happened to me." Um,
well,
so I'm
I remember her name being Ivanka because somewhere on a show, I think it was Saturday Night Live, they made some kind of joke that if Ivanka Trump uh, married Larry Zonka, she would be Ivanka Zonka.
yes.
So,
And that reminds me, they really didn't even get into like the Marla Maples thing or anything like that. Like they left that out, which I think would be something that you would want to put in a movie like this.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
but yeah, they
It
didn't
like
touch on that, and they just ended the movie.
yeah.
Is the apprentice wearing a wig, or he has the true airs?
Listen, the makeup effects in Sebastian Stan are very top notch, and they're so
Yeah.
subtle um, throughout the movie. Um, but it works so well, and it's I don't know. I might put their makeup. I would maybe consider it for an award
Yeah,
because
it's well done, Multi.
yeah,
Like the story's kind of lacking,
yes,
but the visuals are there. Like Sebastian Stan sounds like him. He looks like him. It's really great. And
yeah,
again, the look is really. It feels like something that was grabbed from the '80s.
yeah. But it's
That
it's definitely
sounds
not
fun.
worth. It's definitely not worth any like I've seen on. I mean, obviously this is all going to be on Twitter and that bullshit. But people on there are like, oh, Trump doesn't want you to see this movie, and it's like,
Yeah.
well, there's nothing in it that he hasn't already told anybody or nobody
Right.
already knows.
Yeah.
The only thing that could be shocking to anybody might be that rape scene. Aside from that, it's literally there's no surprises.
Yeah. If
Um,
anything, that's what I'm pissed off. I'm pissed at
yeah,
how irrelevant it is. So like, yeah. Okay. Great.
yeah, and
there were
like
a lot of movies that were celebrated or that got actually more traction than they would have if there hadn't been, like, say, church people who who come out and complain about things. So
yes,
maybe this will actually drive some people to watch this mid movie. But Charles, I want you to help me out here because you helped me out with this one, right? You gave me "Okay, thanks, bye." You were able to interpret that for me. What is Enzo saying here?
Hurry
Hurry?
or hurry. I don't, or is that a V? Herv?
no
Hur-
that's a Y.
Hurry.
He could be saying
Or why?
"hurrah," like "arrow," like
Or
A
why?
"hello,
raw.
Hey, Ra. Hey, hi.
hello."
I don't
Yeah.
have that one. That one I'm a little. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Does
if you
that
want to come on, Enzo, and explain yourself, you're more than happy.
Yeah,
does
So,
that mean
yes.
Rizzler?
Explain
He
to us white
invented a new
folks what you mean.
slang.
I don't
I
speak to
think we
TikTok.
must give up at that point. He created a new slang.
yeah.
About the music and the sound, does this feel like the 80s? or the
It
70s or whatever it's taking
no, it
place on.
it does. It really does encapsulate the time that it's taking place in, especially with
Mhm.
the look and the aesthetic. Everything looks in the way it's shot makes it just look like a gritty 80s film, really. Like you're looking at something that was shot in the 80s. It does a good job of that. But like Charles said, it's just story's just kind of meh. The movie itself is kind of meh, but like I said, I enjoyed it. I had fun watching it just because I like those kind of movies, seeing like these documentary style movies on people. Myself, I thought like Charles, it was going to be a lot more sensationalized and crazy batshit stuff this guy's doing. But it's just again, it's
Yeah,
nothing nobody already knows.
I wanted to feel emotions one way or another. Like from what I know in real life,
Mhm.
Fred Trump Sr.
Yes,
was really lining up Fred Jr. to be the
yes,
heir, and they really don't talk about that relationship at
N-
all in this movie.
no,
And then
no,
when Junior dies, it's like that's it. Like
yeah,
that's it.
yeah. And I mean,
Okay.
I mean, Trump was kind of like an asshole to him, and you get that one scene when he's
Give
marrying
whatever.
Ivanka.
Oh, right.
Where you kind of see like a side of him you don't see really,
Hmm.
like him like actually losing his cool and getting like seriously angry.
Hmm.
um so I thought that was interesting. I like the fact that they showed you why he doesn't drink because he did one time and it just fucked him up, and that was it for him.
Yeah,
But again,
they do make Fred Senior seem like a bit of a putz too, or he's just like
well, I mean, his introduction, he's telling his one son that he is embarrassed by him because he's a fucking an airplane pilot.
I
Like
don't
that's your
remember
introduction
that.
at the dinner table. The first time you see Fred Trump, he's telling the one that dies there, Fred Jr. He's like, I don't even tell my friends about you when they ask how my kids are. I don't even tell them you're around. Like
I don't
Jesus
remember
Christ!
that.
Like I'm sorry. Like how is like an airline pilot like the lowest form of fucking job that you could take? Like it's so like such an asshole. And you see like they because again it's a mixed emotion thing because towards the middle of the film when Trump actually does build Trump Tower and surpasses his father as far as a businessman and whatever, he finally gets that recognition from him.
Hmm.
And you could see that like they play it as that it's something that he's always wanted his entire life, is just to hear his dad say you did a good job and I'm proud of you. So again, like you're making me feel for a guy at the same time you're trying to tell me that is a piece of shit.
Right,
You know what I'm saying? So it's so weird.
right.
It's kind of like in the Nightmare
That's
on
their
Elm
way of
Street
saying if
remake
that's their
where
way
they
of
try and
saying
make
he's
you feel for Freddy. Yeah, but it just like for some characters, I don't think like for him it just doesn't work. Is he a piece of shit, or is this just a guy who just is such a killer businessman that he that's all he focuses on.
Whatever you want it to be.
I guess so. I guess that this movie is open for interpretation. Then I guess because it really is. Like I guess you could frame it at any light you want. But
well, I
yeah,
didn't
it's
see this movie, so it looks like I can safely wait until it comes on TBS or
Definitely.
TNT.
yeah. This is the movie you sit in your recliner and fall asleep to, probably.
I just want to ask multi-topic. Why does it look like you're at the Artist Alley in a Comic Con?
I don't know.
Are you streaming from your bathroom?
No, that's
Oh,
Is
the
that
okay.
a
room I
shower curtain
stream
behind
in
you?
I'm
usually,
just
but I have
joking.
it blurry and I don't know how to make it blurry now.
Do you have your microphone off? It sounds like your camera audio is what's playing.
Really? That's
Th-
weird
Yeah,
because
like they said,
my
it sounds
mic
like a bathroom.
is. That's weird. Okay, I will plug in, unplug, or whatever.
Turn it off and back on again. Oh no, turned everything off.
He'll be back.
Hmm.
We should said MIT. Why did everything stop as soon as he left? Look at that. He was the heart of the show, is what happened. He was the heart of the show.
Yes.
So
He's back. Hey. Um,
Oh, it's way low now.
there's also an echo.
blow and tap your mic. That's what Chillmonger says.
Treat it like Trump does women.
Mike who?
Oh,
Who's Mike? And why am I blowing and tapping him?
yeah.
Chill. Multi-topics in the shower, so it's okay if you're painting.
Yes.
That's awesome.
Malty's doing an IRL bathroom stream here.
Oh,
Is it better now?
well, Tim's done showing off the devil's advocate, so maybe he can join the stream now. Who knows?
Oh.
Is it better now, or is it still bad?
It's
No, I like that.
yeah, that's better.
Okay,
That's good.
perfect.
Did you move to the kitchen?
No, I'm in the same room. I just moved it.
You thought I was crazy on your stream. This is the stream where I let go.
Yeah.
It's
The
this is
After
the
Dark.
after dark where a lot of things are said that isn't said on Sunday morning.
Yes.
That's
Like
perfect.
nudity.
That's what we need.
So,
And that's a better time as well.
Yes, there is nudity
aside
on
from
this show.
painting, I
everybody.
can only listen. Oh well, you know what? I wish we should be more entertaining then, since Chill can only listen.
Oh, all right. Now I'll be
Uh-huh.
entertaining.
We should
Okay.
we should talk about how happy everybody is that crypto is going to be a white dog.
Yes, thank God. I
I
would have
wanted
been
the
so
black
upset
dog.
if they would. Did you really?
Yes,
I mean,
the black
well,
dog.
that's very
there's a
progressive
lack
of you.
of black dogs.
There is. You're
real.
kind of right. There is no
Diversity.
black dogs in Hollywood.
Racist.
Yeah. So Hollywood's
Still
racist.
paint him,
Hashtag
know-
dog so white.
You know what we need? We need a movie about a black slave dog. Because if we
Jesus
do that, Hollywood will definitely pay attention, and that will win Best Picture.
Indeed.
I got a better idea. A cat that identify as a dog.
That would go over very well too. I think that
Dude,
would. I mean,
That's a best
they'd
pick.
be able. Yeah, it is because you know what? You'd be able to fill the diversity quota that you need to submit your movie for a Best Picture with that. So you, I mean, it's
The
already in the bag.
Emancipation
Then.
of Mr. Whiskers.
Yes. Yes. Trans cat.
Trans race. Because from cat to dog.
Yes, that's true.
The story of Mr. Boots.
Yeah. We have a Disney Plus show on our hands. I think the more we
I
keep
think we
talking
do.
about
I
this.
think we do.
I think this is
all
all
else fails, we
they
could
to
sell it
their
to
writing
Netflix.
room. Maybe.
I think it is.
Neat
I think
idea.
this is a lot of what modern day writing rooms are like. Let's think of a character. How can? Well, I know Kathleen Kennedy's writing room is that way. Just make her lame and gay.
Make him trans. Gay was yesterday.
That's
Trans is
right.
tomorrow.
Have we? You know, I mean, has there been like an actual Hollywood movie that has focused on that at all yet?
On gays?
On trans people,
Not yet.
where that has
There-
been like the main focus of the movie. You know, because we have gay movies like Bros. That was a gay movie that did horribly.
Well, there
Gays
was
didn't even go see it.
To Wong Fu. I think that was
Would you
a bunch
consider
of
that
cross-dressers.
sure, but would
It
you
wasn't
consider
drag.
that a trans movie though?
Well, you know what? Don't nail me down to a
Oh, I'm gonna.
To a
I'm asking the
definition.
hard questions here.
I heard theories that I saw the TV Glow had trans coding in it.
Oh no.
Maybe people want to see too much of it. Maybe they're right. Maybe they're wrong. I don't know. I could see it, but
Speaking of right
Oh,
and
boy.
wrong, there's Cole, sir. Good evening.
Oh.
How are you?
Pretty good, yeah. Forgot you were streaming, my bad.
No, that's okay. That's okay. Yeah. We talked about Strange Darling.
I missed that. I
Yeah.
wasn't worried.
Dead.
That's sad. That's an amazing movie.
Oh, all right. Well, you saw that one. Good.
There you
Good.
go. Okay. Well, we don't need to hear from Multi then. What did you think, Cole?
Oh
Well,
yeah,
I
I
mean,
mean, yeah, I talked to Bob about it the other day. I mean, yeah, I thought it was pretty good. I didn't get the extreme hype with it, calling it like one of the best films of the year, like going
it
into
is
it.
one of the best films.
Uh, but you also think Wolves is one of the best, so whatever. No, but I mean, it is a very good film. Yeah, it does have good visuals, good acting. Yeah, yeah, I really do like. Okay, I keep forgetting his name. Like, it's his name Kyle Garner or whatever. Is that his
Cal
name? Or,
Gardner, yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I did like him in other films before this. Yeah, I really like him in this. Yeah, I do have like some issues with it, and there are some plot holes I notice, especially in the later half of it. But apparently I heard later on though from like Gray and others that there were scenes in it that were supposed to be in it that were then they didn't film because there was production issues. So that probably would have maybe covered up a majority of them. But yeah, still was thought it was very good. Still, yeah, good performances, especially for the
So,
budget.
was the movie about a female serial killer, or was the movie about a state trooper gone bad?
You could say both.
No, it's about the people that die. That's about it.
Yeah, yeah.
It was about mountain folk. That's what it
Uh,
was.
Yeah,
it's about
Mountain
how
people.
useless these people are. Yeah.
and all
Did
their
you?
breakfast is full of calories. It's like all the calories you need in a day. I don't know. They
I
were
tell you,
cooking at some point.
I was judging this movie harshly from the very beginning because I was bringing too much of myself to it and my own experience in filmmaking to it, and the way this thing beat me over the head right at the very beginning to let me know it was a film and it was an artsy film because it was filmed on 35 millimeter film and it
Yeah,
was
yeah.
broken
That
up
was
into
kind of
chapters,
pretentious that beginning there.
and then it starts on chapter 3. I'm like, Jesus, my
Yeah,
and that's why I only watched the first 10 minutes and gave it 2.5 stars. Had I left it at 2.5 stars, that would have meant that I did not finish watching the movie. So I did finally finish watching the entirety of the movie all the way through, and I found myself being sucked into it as well. And I wanted to, what up, y'all? Birmingham, what is this? Ooh, look at Uncle Charles,
Uncle Charles. Oh boy.
Uncle Birmingham, Alabama. All right,
Hey, all right. UNC
okay, yeah,
Birmingham.
yeah. What is UNC?
I would be assuming that's a
University of North
college.
Carolina in Birmingham, Alabama.
Yeah,
Is that what that is? Did I get that
I
right?
think that's
I
how
got a
I think
sports
that's how
thing
that
right.
works.
I'm so excited. I feel manly. But yeah, once I realized that I was being actually drawn into it, and it met my criteria for art, which is the suspension of time and space. You imagine multi sitting there at a museum, and you're staring at this beautiful painting, and you don't realize that you spent 20 minutes sitting there looking at the painting. That's because it's art. It suspended time and space around you so that you became completely engrossed in and involved with the art that was presented in front of you. And that's what happened to me until it said chapter 5. And I was like, what the? Oh, that's right. I'm watching a movie.
Why?
And then I
Why
remembered at the very
chapter 5? Chapter
well,
5 was cool.
because it said chapter 5, because a card came up and said chapter 5, reminding me that I'm watching a movie. Okay. I
yeah.
was
It didn't
totally,
really need that stuff.
but it told me, yeah, well, it did need it because it was disjointed and done out of sequence. So it needed the title cards there to remind you of where you were going. But it told me at the very beginning what it was going to be. And then I forgot what it was. And then it reminded me again. And that was beautiful to me that this filmmaker was able to do that. It's almost like a magician doing a trick. And when you can make another filmmaker suspend his disbelief, you are a really good filmmaker. And that was what really brought me up on this film because I am a filmmaker, and he suspended my disbelief until he slapped me in the face with it again, and I'm like, you mother, it's just it was good filmmaking, is what it was. Not the
It,
best, but it was better than I expected it to be, especially from the very beginning that I got it. So it's kind of like when a magician will tell you, what I'm about to do is a trick. None of it is real, but you're going to believe that a man can fly or whatever it is. And then you believe it. So,
Superman
it's,
78.
yes.
Oh,
Um,
all right.
Nobody's talking Donner here. No.
So, well,
But
you said that you said the
David
catchphrase of the
Copperfield,
movie.
it's a David Copperfield reference.
Oh.
Hmm. So you're
And I
saying
didn't
you
believe
love
it.
the Green Knight as well, then?
No, that was a piece of trash.
Yeah, it was. That movie sucked.
And I'll give that a rating when I finally finish
Okay,
watching the
hell
whole
no,
thing.
Bob. Come on now. How dare
That
you,
movie was
Bob?
so fucking boring. It was. It bored me to death. To death. You know what it reminded me of? It, it didn't really remind me of it, but it bored me the same way that stupid movie with Ben Affleck and I think Matt Damon, was it the Duel or some bullshit where they're like in fucking medieval times? The
Okay,
whole
come on.
movie's just about some
You're
bitch
really
got
not
smacked in the
comparing
face.
it to the Duel. Come on
Okay,
now.
I
I
want to
I
see
am.
it
It was that
now
boring.
because that sounds boring. That
Oh,
sounds
it was.
amazing to
Yeah,
watch.
come on. You're not comparing it to the Duel. Come on
I
now.
am comparing it to the Duel because
That
they were
that
both,
that
I
that
thought,
was like the
dumb.
most pretentious and like predictable like third chapter thing ever in a film.
Yeah,
Sort
well,
of like Strange Darling, how it was super predictable and with the chapter thing, but they just did it to try to be artsy, you know. And I was just sitting in there the whole time, like, I wonder when the next chapter is gonna pop up. Oh, there it is.
eh,
Hey, it was so good, but yeah, I don't.
The thing is that the way that they did it, and I'm not sitting here trying to defend it as the best film ever, but if they did not assemble the film in that particular fashion, it would not have the impact that it did in the end.
no.
So the film the chapters being in the order that they were is part of the storytelling process. It is part of the storytelling. It's a tool.
For sure, yeah, yeah.
You know, it's
I just didn't really feel the impact either
it's not
way,
just
though.
an editing gimmick. So, well, you haven't been feeling well, so I understand. But
Yeah,
I do have this one thing to show for Chill if he's still watching. Um,
Uh-oh.
James Gunn has heard you, and he's made changes. So I
Oh
wanted to share
god.
this so that he can see that. Okay,
Hell yeah! The way to
hang,
do it.
hang on a second.
That's
Let me what I minimize right
Finally.
there. Nope, that's the wrong one. Son of a! I'm still trying to figure out this whole thing here. Let's do
Finally.
that. There we go.
The representation in dogs we've all been waiting for.
finally. Now we need to change Superman color now.
Yes.
It needs to
Nope.
be black.
Yeah, is it too late to recast a black guy?
oh well, no, he needs to be Asian actually. Get
It
it
needs
right.
to be black faced.
He already was Asian. Dean Kane. Hello.
Yeah,
We already had Asian Superman.
we did. Damn. I
Yeah.
mean, that's shocking though. I didn't realize they can drive.
We had
Crazy
we've had a
pirate letters.
British Superman, we've had an Asian Superman. I believe we have a Mexican Superman in Tyler Holken. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe I'm just being racist. I don't know.
You are
Um,
racist. He's not Mexican. I don't think so.
oh, okay, then I am. Thank you. I am being racist then. But
Yeah.
either way, we've had a wide range of Supermen. So I don't think the dog should be any different. Um, we could get a Mexican dog. We could get well, we can't get a Chinese dog. We could get
You can. That
You
just comes
know,
with a
but
side of rice.
yeah. That's not. We need one that's living. Um, but yeah, we could get some other dogs to represent here. You know,
That one looks like. Did you ever see the cartoon of the Archies?
yes.
That looks like the dog in that cartoon. And I've said this before that James Gunn is putting his childhood on the screen with that costume. It looks like Superman looks like a Mego Superman toy from the 1970s. And I think that dog is the dog that he saw in the Archie's cartoon from back in the day.
I mean, I have seen pictures online of people showing a excerpt of some Superman comic run where there was a white, scruffy looking crypto. And it's fine. I don't know what people's deal is with the fucking dog. Like, everybody's just got to complain about something. But, this is only the second piece of promotional
Mm.
anything that we've seen from the fucking film. And, am I, like, me personally, I'm not, like, too excited. When I heard that crypto was going to be in the movie, I was just kind of like, ugh, I don't
Eagly,
need that. I don't need that.
Eagly. It's a new Eagly.
There's
Yeah,
crypto
I
right
guess.
there.
Sure. There he is. Look at him.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Like my hope is that like the movie isn't like resting on like this fucking dog to be like the savior at the end. He's got to fly in and take away the piece of kryptonite laying by Superman so he could save the world. Like if that happens, I'll be so fucking disappointed. I
I
Well,
don't.
want that just because he said you'd be
Oh
disappointed.
God. Well, I mean, like I don't. Like I don't know. I don't. I like. I hate to be like on the side of the people on Twitter, but like I don't need a rocket raccoon in every
we
movie.
did a
I don't
story
need the cute character.
on the Super Sunday website, rosalescomics.com/Sunday, where we talk about the Supergirl inspiration for the movie. And spoiler alert, I'm glad that's down there over Will Screedia. The crypto gets killed.
Oh,
Oh
that's
So,
dark. Why
well,
deleting a dog like that? It's
I'm
sad. We like
I'm
we
invested
love
now.
dogs.
I
So wait,
think Chill might be happy that they're going to kill Whitey.
yeah, there you go, chill. Hashtag kill
Maybe it will
Whitey.
be replaced by a Asian dog.
So wait, are you saying that the Supergirl movie is just going to be John Wick but with superpowers? They're going to kill the dog and then she's going to go on a revenge tour.
Wow, that sounds fun. For real,
Yeah.
I want that. Now you said it, I want it.
So what do you think, Sipo?
Yeah, what do you got to say?
Did you say anything in
Sipo
the back
passed
chat?
out.
No, no. Sometimes you got to go to the bathroom, so that's fine. When he sees he's up there, he'll know.
But I'm very hype. I'm sad that there's so much hate toward James Gunn.
Yeah,
It's just sad because
I mean,
give
there
the guy
really
some
isn't.
credit.
Come on, it's just a handful of weirdos on Twitter.
A handful, but
yeah,
they're
but
so loud and noisy that you
exactly.
could be mistaken to believe everyone thinks that way. Like it's so toxic. It's a reboot. Give it a chance. If it's bad after you see it, then it's bad after you see it. But like I'm so done with these Snyder's people. Like Snyder is done. He won't come back.
Yeah, it's not happening. I agree with
It's
you.
it's
Yeah,
like move on, man. We are no longer in 2016 or some shit.
yeah. It's like they're not. It looks like they're not getting their Rebel Moon 3, but they're still
No.
busy with this.
Yeah,
I
like
want to see the second one only because I knew the first one was bad and the second one is not better, so I'm hyped for that. But
Yeah, they're both complete garbage. They're some of the worst films I've ever seen.
yeah,
I
it
think
doesn't
Zack
matter what
Snyder
cut of
is
this
just
you
really
watch.
bad. I start hating him now.
Yes, he's like one of the worst
You
filmmakers
know,
ever.
I'm
he's talking
only
about this.
anti-white supremacy, not anti-white.
You're not
Oh, okay.
anti-white superdog.
No,
Yeah,
because he said that
wouldn't
we need
crypto
a
be a white
white dog.
supremacist? He
Uh,
thinks he's better than everybody.
But people need
But
to move on. Henry
no,
Cavill
I
is
agree.
growing older, and as much as he was cool, time to give the role to someone else. Corinne
And
Sweat is like
we have.
32, so we can have
Yes.
him for like 15 to 20 years if he is really in shape for like these 20 years. So a good trilogy or some shit like that, and done. I think that'd be great. A few crossover here and there if it has success. Um, I hope
Yeah,
it works. I will support this movie as much as I can. I'm
yeah.
hype.
yeah,
I have a lot of faith in James Gunn to do right by the character, and to make this more of a comic booky fantastical story, which I'm excited for. I'm excited for this movie regardless. Again, I could give two shits about crypto being in the movie. That doesn't hype me at all. I'm not going to go buy plushies and pop
Same.
vinyls and bullshit. That they're going to try and hawk with this movie because I see that already coming.
But
But
the girls will purchase all of these plushies. That's
sure,
the
yeah.
girls and the kids.
Oh
Like,
yeah.
look,
So
new toy. You
somebody's
can
gonna
play
buy
with
this
the
shit.
dog now.
Absolutely,
There
absolutely.
was
Somebody's
a
gonna buy this shit.
really really fantastically wonderfully influential time in the 80s with deregulation and children's television and the combination of advertising and animation and toys, and it was
Yes.
glorious. You got He-Man, you got the Transformers, you got GI Joe out of all of this.
Oh
I mean,
yeah.
all of these wonderful properties that made a whole bunch of people a lot of money and sold a whole bunch of toys to a bunch of kids. Now the only thing kids watch these days is on YouTube. They're not watching this, but they're watching
TikTok.
YouTube and
They spend
TikTok
more
TikTok
time
and
on TikTok.
Instagram. They're not buying any toys anymore. All of the toys are made for the grown-ups who
well,
are buying their
I mean,
childhood back.
it depends though. If you hit on a cute little thing like like a baby Yoda, that shit will sell. You people, even people who
But
don't
it's not
watch
being
the
sold to
show,
kids. It's not being sold to the kids. It's being sold to the grown-ups. I know this
yes, but
because
they're
I bought.
buying it though.
Yes,
Exactly.
I
But
bought one.
but they sell though. That's the point. They don't care what age you are anymore. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, but
You
they
have
do. They
uh
do care because they can catch you when you're young, then they will have you for the rest of your life. They were
sure,
Well,
taught
but
this
yeah, but
by
I
the
mean,
people who are still collecting 80s collectibles when they're grown up and in they're in
yes.
their 80s. Um,
Or you could just do what Disney does and you have a property that you have bought in, like, say, Star Wars, which, you get a convention and show a 30-second trailer that makes 45-year-old men cry. Okay? Yeah, like those are guys that have, like you said, have been gotten at an early age, but again, you're still going to have the people who are our age that, see a crypto plushie and just immediately, oh, I need to have this. Didn't see the movie, might not even care for the movie or the character, but
Mhm.
they're going to buy that bullshit anyways.
Yeah.
But fine, whatever. But I just, I hope this movie is, I hope it's good. Number one, which I think it will be. I have complete faith in James Gunn. But I don't get easily, amused because there's going to be a cute CGI character that does nothing for me at all. I like the character of Crypto. I don't know. It depends on what type of role he plays in the movie. If like I said, if the whole movie's resting on the dog's shoulders to come through at the end, I'm gonna be so fucking pissed because that's something I could come up with, and that's lazy. Um,
it's sad to say, but I hope James Gunn played so safe that the more toxic parts of the internet don't get triggered, so they don't trash the
Uh,
movie because
they're
they
going to
keep
no
the
they're
matter
going
what.
to,
It
yeah, no
doesn't
matter what.
matter.
This movie could
yeah.
make $2 billion, and there's gonna be that certain group of
Mhm.
fans, which are Snyder fans, who are gonna say the movie is just a complete, barrel of trash. This movie, even if this movie hypothetically went on to win Oscars for effects, story, let's say it won Best Picture, you're still going to have that same group of fans who are going to say this is the worst movie they've ever seen because it's not directed by a certain somebody. And whatever to them, that they're going to be this way forever because they've been this way ever since 2016. And they're not going to change, but
Eventually
I
they
don't.
will die because some of them probably smoke, so that's
Well,
fine.
yes. Well, yes. Eventually, they will. Everybody eventually dies. So I would suggest everybody act accordingly. But they don't always do that. And these groups of fans that you get on the internet that are so toxic like this, and I hate using that word, but because it's just so cliche now and just lame. But you get these fans that are just so rabid about a certain person, and whatever opinion you have about Zack Snyder as a director, at some point reality has to set in where it's like I think he's a niche director. He can do certain things very, very well. And then there's a lot of other things in the movie making business that he just can't do. I don't think he's a good writer. When he starts getting into that writer director deal, that's where he really fucks up because I don't. His stories are just kind of all over the place.
Yeah,
You
I mean,
know,
I don't even think he can do like anything good anymore, though. I mean, like before, sure, he could do certain things well. You can even see it in like Sucker Punch, as terrible that is. But you
Army
know,
of the
but
Dead
see,
was terrible.
think like after that, though, like he like digressed to the point where he's like M Night level, where it's like he's forgotten how to do like the most basic things. Where I don't trust him with anything anymore.
But I mean, if you okay, so take like Sucker Punch for example. Give the guy an anime movie, and I think he's that's in his wheelhouse.
No,
Um,
it's not. No,
No,
it's not.
no,
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 It's
no,
I
no,
think it would
no.
be.
nothing's
Absolutely.
in his wheelhouse anymore. He would after seeing that
Everything
like
needs to
animated
be
series,
dark.
he didn't know.
I made a joke about he's doing an animation right now, and it's on Netflix,
Yeah, and
and
it looks terrible.
they did a traditional
No
2D
shit.
animation, which means the artists are drawing the pictures. And I thought, good luck for them artists when he decides to tell them to do a slow motion scene and they have to animate 120 frames per second.
Hmm.
And sure enough, sure as shit, there's a slow motion animated sequence. At least
Well, of
a few of
course
them,
you
you
have to
know.
have. Yeah.
Yet it's ridiculous. It
But
is.
you don't think he like? I mean, because you look at Watchmen, which how
I
many
did look
do
at
you
Watchmen. It took me three
did you?
years to figure out that it was meh for me.
I liked
Okay,
it, but
Yeah,
many years ago when I didn't see as many movies as now, so I don't know today. But like, I used to like
it's
it.
pretty overhyped. It has good moments, but it's not as special. People made it out to be, and the theatrical cut is better than his director's cut. Big
sure.
surprise.
Well, yeah,
Why?
nobody needs the
I'm
whole
not
animation
surprised.
section in the middle of the movie.
Yeah, I
That's
did see
nap
his
time.
animated show there, and
I
I've
don't
seen
know.
better animation on Newgrounds. That's all I'll say.
Like I mean I don't know. I was talking about this with somebody. Like I think the only like he's obviously very constrained as for what he can do. Like if I was going to give this guy a shot at anything, honestly, I would give him a crack right now at a RoboCop remake. Because I
No,
think
no, no, no,
yes,
no. You must stay
that no,
away from
listen,
that.
listen, no, that
Don't touch
fits
it.
that fits into everything really that he does.
Yes, but
It's
he
a
can't do everything that he does good anymore. That's the thing. Like, sure, that
but
would
he
fit, and something like the Dark Knight Returns, like adaptation live action, would fit as well. But not anymore because he can't even do anything good anymore that he used to. Like, he literally regressed like to M Night levels. Like, I don't trust him with anything anymore. At most,
well
I would trust him with just being like maybe like an assistant director on somebody else's project. That's it.
Even there, I don't trust him for that. But like, he will turn that 1 hour and a half movie into 3 hours with a bunch of slow mo that just
well
are there
sure,
to show. Oh, slow mo! Look at
but
that.
you know what? That's why I say that like a RoboCop movie would be fitting for him because you can show off your fucking just your your glory shots of whatever suit you make, slow motion bullets coming out of this big gun, real gritty
RoboCop will be
and
the bad guy,
violent.
dude.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't. I mean, I guess I just don't know. I mean, the guy spent
The
most of his
villain will be
time
the
making
heroes.
comic book movies. I just, I don't know. I guess it's hard. There's some things that he does that I like. I think when he's structured by something like a Watchman, where it's just here's this book, now just take what you see here and put it on screen for me. When it's like that, I think that's where he's at his best. So if you get
No,
somebody
That's what he did
who,
with the Watchmen, and it
yes,
just it
yes, but
was
nobody was able to do it before. That's it. That was always touted as the unfilmable film. You can't film this.
yes.
Uh,
He was able to at least do that.
I don't know about that, but
You can't
Hang
tell
on
me
while
that
I
that
think of
movie is not a visually striking movie, and that
give
it
me a
does
moment
not.
here. Just
Go ahead.
one moment, Bob. Hold on. I'll let you continue in just a second. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you.
I mean, at moments, Bob, yes, but just like all of his films, and there's other moments that are just really bad visually.
Replace that by Toxic Fandom Industries Inc. That represents so well Snyder. He has like the worst fans ever. I swear.
Zack Snyder
I
movies
can't
are like,
disagree with that.
uh, yeah, I would say like watching a Zack Snyder movie is like watching five small dick nerds in a dick measuring competition. That's basically a Snyder film.
That's generous.
Yeah, I mean, it's
I
basically what
guess.
he goes for.
I tried to
I don't
figure
know.
out something that's more fitting, but I
I mean,
can't.
he has a distinct visual style. I mean, I think that's fair to say. Would you not?
Yeah,
I
and
mean,
he's
you can.
drinking game as he goes through all of the distinct visual styles that he normally goes through,
Well,
whether
sure. Like
it's
he's not
painting
breaking the
in
mold.
amber waves of grain or the person burning in slow motion, the
I
the
can
slow
do
motion
slow mo. Yeah.
gunfights that happen, or all of these tropes that he has that he goes back to on. It's like somebody. You know what it's like. And Charles, you'll log. Um, Hang on, I'm having a stroke here.
Don't die on us, bro.
No, no, no. It's like going on tour with a comedian, okay? With a comedian and listening to his same set over and over and over again.
Hmm.
We hear your jokes. They're funny one time, but 32 nights in a row, come on. So when you're watching a Snyder film, you've seen it. You've
Yes.
seen it, you've seen it, you've seen it, you've seen it. And whether
Yes.
it's a man or a woman, it's a main character, wherever it's set in space, in superhero country, USA, it's the same movie and it's the same tropes. And then he pulls out the same gags over and over again. And it's like, well, let me turn it upside down. Let me turn it inside out. Let me deconstruct it. How are you going to deconstruct RoboCop when RoboCop is literally deconstructing cop movies by literally deconstructing a cop and rebuilding him? What is he going to do? Take a robot cop and turn it into a man?
No.
No, no. I'm
No.
I'm I'm telling you, RoboCop will be the bad guy, and the thugs will be the heroes.
No.
Simple.
I think
That's the
if you
Snyder
if
cut.
he said like I think you need somebody equally as wacky as him to like okay like my if he was to do a RoboCop film, I could actually, and I'm only saying this because I saw the other day that he had a conversation with this gentleman, which I don't know where it's going to go, but maybe it goes somewhere. But like if you give him Frank Miller's RoboCop to do, I think those two together could do that. Like I know Frank Miller at one time had a script and wrote a RoboCop 2 for the original series that the studio said, "Yeah, we can't do this. This is just way too fucked up and wacky." So like something like that, them two together, I think maybe you could because he would be able to kind of capture Frank Miller's style of comics.
I think he has too much ego to work with
No,
someone else. I
No,
I might
yeah,
be
I'm
wrong
all
with
Charles.
that,
Can you
but
get
I
the fuck back
feel
here so somebody will agree with me? Because maybe you would. I'm outnumbered 3-1 here. This is bullshit. I
like
don't even
no,
really want to be
sorry.
defending the guy, but I'm kind of am now, and like
Again,
I'm pot committed, so
I
I can't back out of it.
I do get what you're saying, Ball, but again, in it when he wasn't total shit, like more in his prime, and that's saying it loosely.
Well,
Then I would
okay,
trust him more stuff and like Frank Miller stuff, at least making decent stuff like some of his best stuff. But again, I just nothing now. I'm sorry, I don't trust him with
well, no,
anything.
nothing now, but like okay, like if you look at out of all his out of his filmography, and somebody could agree, or I'm sure everybody will disagree, but Man of Steel is probably one of his most different films from anything he's done.
I
As far
disagree.
as well,
Uh,
hang on, there's really no slow motion in that film at all, like zero. There's
But
zero
it
slow
still
motion
makes
film shots in
Superman
all.
more human.
I'm not talking about the character of what he did that way, but I'm just talking as far as visual storytelling. Um, that movie is so unlike anything
Like
else he's done because it's not relying on his regular tropes. The
I
way he
would
shot
need
that
to
movie.
rewatch it. I can swear there's at least a
There's
sequence or a scene with
there's
slow
zero
mo.
slow motion. Zero slow motion in
I'm
that
sure
movie.
you can find one.
Nope, there's not one. I guarantee it. I would put money on it that there is zero slow mo in that movie. That movie is completely different from any other movie he's really done. Really, when you
yeah, well,
look at it
I
visually.
don't think
So
there are any slow mo parts, but there's definitely many parts in it where it feels like it's in slow mo with how fucking slow the scenes are.
You know what,
Mm,
Bob?
I guess you could say that.
Me.
I was
You
right.
almost got me because you almost got us to all agree to watch Zack Snyder's film and make the statistics jump up by 400%. You almost got us there, you Snyder
I almost
Stan.
got.
You.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, so you're talking about working with somebody as crazy as him. Okay, can we resurrect Klaus Kinski then?
I
Oh
mean,
my goodness.
maybe would that help rein him? I don't know. Like, I think his style can work in some ways, but it just I guess he just gets too muddled with like okay, like I think he thinks that he's way more artsy fartsy. Like he wants to be artsy fartsy, but he's more fartsy than artsy. You know what I'm saying? Like, does that make sense? Is that a fair
No.
assessment?
Yeah,
No, not
kind
even
of,
that. So I
kind
disparage the
of.
guy,
I
and you
mean,
still don't agree with me, Malty. Okay, I
I
don't
mean,
know
look,
where else I could go here.
I kind of agree with you. I mean, honestly, I think he should just like, as other people brought up, just do graphic novels.
He should
I
make
get
up his own stuff. To be
he did,
honest,
and it
stop
sucks.
ruining, stop ruining
Like,
other
okay,
people's
like, could
work.
you imagine if Disney allowed him to make a Star Wars movie out of his, you know, whatever the fuck these shitty movies were just called, Rebel Moons? Because that's what they
Klaus
initially
Kinski?
were. No, still on Zack Snyder. I can't imagine what a Klaus Kinski Star Wars movie would look like. I don't even want to.
Darth Vader would be the good guy.
I
You
would need a
know,
lot of acid for that.
he would be he would be the hero.
I don't know. He's a very I guess divisive director. I guess.
Kinski?
Yeah, we'll stick with him. Change my graphic now to Kinski, can you please?
Hang on one second. I've got to do something real quick.
I will go on a small tangent, but I'm actually more excited about the Supergirl movie than the Superman one. I'm hyped. Oh, Seapoy's back.
There we
I
go.
think. Oh no.
So
Just
wait, so you can wait,
Oh,
you son
he's
of a
back.
bitch, you can change my picture. So you finally figured out, so I could go back to being on. Oh wait, you didn't change my picture. Whose picture did you change?
Who do you
Cool.
Nobody,
think?
Cole's.
nobody's picture.
Wait, what?
It's part of the
I'm
overlay. See, I've got made it
Oh
part of the
God.
overlay.
Ah, so when I want to go on my Xbox, I can just use you to overlay me, and you just have to keep me in the same corner wherever you put me. I can't move.
Well, if you bring the cuffs, sure, I'll overlay you.
Oh, welcome back, Charles.
Hi. Did I miss something?
Yeah, we're
yes.
talking
we,
about
This
Klaus
Whoa.
us
Kinski.
getting up on
yeah,
Bob.
yeah.
Oh,
We're
what
comparing
happened?
what Klaus Kinski's Star Wars would look like as opposed to Jordanovsky's Doom.
Oh, uh-huh.
No,
Yeah,
we're not. I'm wrong.
we're all over the place here. We were talking about James Gunn's White Dog, that
And
everybody
then we
seems to be
talked
upset
about
about.
how bad Snyder is, and Bob
Yes.
really tried his best and his hardest to defend Snyder for
I'm
like
sorry. When you said
10 minutes.
James Gunn's White Dog, it just reminded me of that White Dog movie. You probably seen it, Rosales.
I don't think I would admit to anything like that. Speaking of white dogs, we talked about The Apprentice, but you were part of that conversation, weren't you, Charles?
I was, I think.
He wasn't. No, it was
I wasn't.
just Bob the Goon talking about the movie.
Oh
No.
shit! Oh, I missed that. Damn it.
Yeah, you missed the Apprentice talk. Oh,
Oh,
that's right. You were watching with us.
yeah. Austin stream didn't work, so I had to stream share it. But yeah, it was a great film. Yeah, everybody should go see it. I mean, no matter what political side you're on or what you think about Trump, like, it's just a great film and shouldn't make you think any differently of the guy. But I guess that's why the film isn't making money or is polarizing, though, because one side's like, oh, it's criticizing him somewhat by being truthful, and then the other side's like, oh, it's not criticizing him enough, and then a third side's like, I already know this story. I'm just like, okay, it doesn't matter if you already know the story. Like if you think of films like that, then holy shit, there's more to films than just already knowing the story. It's like a whole, like, as Austin said, like a whole Shakespearean kind of thing on it, and it does it wonderfully. And yeah, the Sebastian Stan killed it. Yeah, it's a great film, and I'm sure Multi will give it a 7 out of 10. But
I don't know. Based on what I heard, I think I will like it. I think we'll see.
hopefully,
We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, I said Trump should have embraced the movie. To be honest, just own it. Just embrace it and promote it.
yeah.
Nobody would care because I know he
That's my
watched it.
life.
I know 100. I know for a fact he watched it because he wrote a giant Truth Social post about it,
But
which
in the
leads me
end,
to
did he
believe that he
build
did watch it
his
because he made some
wall?
critiques.
Did he build his wall at the end of the movie?
They didn't even get to him
They
even
don't get to
the
the
mo-
90s in that movie.
they're like right before the 90s they cut off on it.
I want him to realize his dream to make a wall.
Listen, you could tell how old, like what time period they were going in, because the movie ends with him looking towards the Twin Towers, which they definitely reference. Like they make a
That's
point
the best
to
picture.
reference in the movie, because they always talk about how after 9/11 he touts that now Trump Tower is the tallest building in New York City. So they make a point in the movie. Where he has like a couple lines where he touts, "Oh, I want it to be bigger than the Twin Towers. I wanted it to be."
Yeah.
But
So
Cole, your picture reminds me of some kind of creature between Joe Biden and Trump. I don't know
Uh,
if
no,
that was the
that's just
point of
Trump.
that, but
well,
like
that's
it has
just Trump nowadays because he's also senile, also old. You know, just one more than the other. But yeah,
like one of his eyes is literally closed.
He's
yep.
Like
It's
taking
like
a
what am I
siesta.
saying?
yeah, but yeah, I mean, yeah, they hinted at pretty much like everything in that film that they possibly could have. Now again, there was that one scene that did have some controversy, just because like everything in the film, pretty much for the most part, like all of it has pretty much like been proven true, except for one thing that one. Well, I
You
don't even
could
know if
say it
you're
because we
allowed.
talked about it when he raped Ivanka, whatever,
Yes,
whoever.
I guess Austin brought up, or actually I don't know who brought it up. Maybe it was you or something, but I guess like similar to Twin Towers things, I guess it was like more used as just a metaphor for all the things to come later on with all the scandals. But yeah, I mean, everything else in the film, though, yeah, just pretty accurate the whole thing, and just like how
Yeah,
he really wasn't a smart businessman. How he pretty much just like copied other people for his references and how he acted. But yeah, again, just really well done. And sure, even if you already know the story, just like you should still get some entertainment out of it, especially just seeing that world brought to life, and the visuals are excellent. Yeah.
couldn't have said it better myself.
Hmm.
So
Yeah.
now we got 2 out of 3 that are approving of that movie. That's amazing.
Yeah. Wait. Who was the one who didn't?
Charles
Sequel
said it was
didn't.
meh,
He
which
was like, "Yeah,
I
that's
agree.
it."
You could definitely view it that way because it doesn't it's not sensationalized at all. It's not extreme on either end. It's just presenting you with here
Hmm.
it is, and that's just kind of
Yeah.
it.
You wanted the movie to embrace one of the two sides. Either Trump is a prick or Trump is amazing. That's
Yeah,
I mean, it definitely did more one side than the other, but yeah, still,
you think so? I thought it was pretty centered.
it was, but it was still leaning, of course, more towards the prick side. And if you know the director, but yeah, again, he is still like mostly a bit neutral on those things, which is what I was hoping for with it, and it was the case because yeah, he's not just like one of those radical people. And that's the one thing I hate about like political films and documentaries, though, because yeah, a lot of people they just focus on getting their messages across and not on the actual filmmaking and everything, and that's why a lot of them are bad,
So
unfortunately.
you don't agree then that with Chillmonger that a Trump supporter beat everybody else to it who would have been harder on him? That was
I
for
don't
you,
think
Cole.
this. Yeah, that was for you.
yeah,
You
I
got to
would
Uh,
answer that.
agree with that. That's why we were all waiting for the Cole response.
I don't know. Honestly, I have to think about that. But
I
yeah,
mean,
I
I
mean,
don't know if that director is a Trump supporter by any
no,
means.
he definitely isn't. If you see his Twitter as well, he
Yeah.
talks a lot of shit about Trump, but still, he's still neutral when it comes to his. I mean, mostly when it comes to his filmmaking and everything. Again, you has all like good artists, and yeah, he also did 2 other films before this, which was Holy Spider and Border, which were both great. So yeah. anybody wants to see those, and I'd also recommend those. Border is pretty fucking weird though. I mean, it's good, but it's pretty weird. So
Is it him building a wall? Because border.
yeah, yeah, it's the sequel.
Yes, it's a
Hell
sequel.
yeah! I
Who made
want
the
to see
sequel?
that even more now.
Let's go back to that. There we go. I changed your name, Cole. Sorry about that.
I mean,
Oh,
Cold
okay.
Trump.
I guess you could do
Hell
a
yeah!
sequel to this movie, honestly, if you wanted to. Pick up a little bit after where this one leaves off, because it does just kind of end abruptly and,
Yeah, I
you
mean,
know,
you
right at
could.
like the start of the 90s,
Yeah,
basically.
I mean, if they were to ever do some sort of sequel thing, I think it would be after he dies. But
Maybe you
So,
could do
do you
that.
think there should be a sequel to Sweet Darling or Strange Darlings?
Oh my,
Ooh.
please no.
No,
what
I
would the
think it's better as a
sequel
one-off.
be?
As much as I like it, I don't want a sequel. Like
Stranger
the electric
Darlings?
lady will be on the chair. No, actually, she dies already, but
Yes,
I don't
well,
know.
spoilers, but yes.
Yeah. Yeah, we already said if you didn't see this movie, you're fuck you. Sorry.
It's out everywhere.
Yeah,
Again,
if you
it's
haven't seen
good,
it yet.
but
I need to see it
yeah.
a third time. I need to.
Oh,
Well,
why
if
do
you
you
need
need
to
to
own
see
it,
that a third time?
Because I like it.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
My fourth
well,
movie
and you know
this
that's
year.
the point of some of these movies is that you get to watch them over and over again. This does have rewatchability, which is something a lot
Absolutely.
of Snyder films don't have.
There's
So
no. I even want to see
Yeah.
once that
Barely get
4 hour
filmed all the
goddamn
time.
cut he tried to do on an already terrible movie. Like my someone come up to me and tell me he has seen twice that Snyder cut. I'm like, are you crazy?
Yeah, there's people who said they've seen it like 100 times. I'm just like, you need mental help.
I'll be honest.
Yeah,
I've watched it a
therapy
total of.
helps
I
you
sometimes.
know
watched it
what I would
twice.
like to see is a film of Klaus Kinski making Nosferatu, a behind the scenes of that, a
Yeah.
dramatization. I would love to see that.
Uh,
Sure.
yeah, I mean, at least we have that one behind the scenes film with Defoe, I know, but yeah.
The best dramatization would be how they made the Batwoman TV show because
Oh.
that was L on set. Apparently,
Oh my
that could be
god.
a great movie.
Well, I don't know if I believe all the stories, but yeah. Especially considering some of them came from Ruby Rose, who's like a serial liar, just
Mhm.
like Ray Fisher. So
I don't know
I
why
think
my
she
mind is
played another
going.
mute role this year in the movie I've seen. I can't remember which one though.
mm,
Charles,
I
what's
don't.
your dream production?
Ooh.
I don't know. I never thought about that.
Awesome.
Dream
Uh,
production.
no, like I said, like I was saying that seeing a movie that would dramatize the making of Nosferatu with Klaus Kinski and all the shenanigans he got up to in the making of that film.
Yeah. Well,
Uh,
didn't they'd made one in the early 2000s, didn't they?
did they? Did I miss it?
About the making of Nosferatu. I thought they did.
yeah, it was Shadow of the Vampire,
Yeah,
was
that's
it?
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
How long is the runtime?
that is a making of the film Nosferatu, but it's not the making of the Nosferatu with Klaus Kinski
Ew.
because Klaus Kinski played Nosferatu, and I want to see the story
Mhm.
behind him being as himself behind the scenes making the film, which is totally different than Shadow of the Vampire or whatever that was.
You don't even know what it's called.
Yeah. You don't even know.
I
Like,
will kill him later. I did see some trailers.
did I don't know if I don't know who will remember this, but did any of you ever see the movie Under the Rainbow?
That sounds
It's
gay.
it's not gay.
What? Wait,
It
what?
is.
Under the
So
Rainbow.
it's
I mean,
no, that would be Over the Rainbow.
I want to see.
Hang
But
on a
Under
second.
the Rainbow
Let's
I
do
want to
this
see
for a
that now.
second.
I want to see that movie. Why is it me
There we
now?
go. That's better.
I
There you
want to see that movie now.
Well,
because you think it's gay,
yes.
right?
There's a
That's why you
rainbow.
want to see it.
Yeah.
Oh my
Well, what the movie is actually about? It's a documentary comedy almost about the behind the scenes dealings with MGM and the 122 midgets that they employed for Wizard of Oz to be Munchkins.
That
And
sounds worse than my gay movie. I wanted my gay
oh,
movie.
oh yeah, this is beyond that because it is so like disparaging to short people, and it just literally makes them out to be like they were just absolutely just gremlins in the hotels and shit that they were put upon, and just absolutely just terrorizing the whole movie. But it's hysterical. I would suggest anybody, but they should do
That's
more
why it's a
movies like
Grendel?
that. Yeah, it's hysterical. I mean, it's midgets running around causing a terror. I don't know how much funnier you can get than that, especially since it's set in like the 1930s.
They
Just
had colors back then?
they they had lots of
Colors.
colors back then. Colors or coloreds? Which are you saying?
Yeah.
I might be
I thought colors
misinterpreting.
started existing in the 70s.
Yeah, well, I mean, you
Yeah,
are colorblind, so I'm not
yeah.
surprised.
No,
In the
Technicolor came
1930s,
a long
yeah,
time ago.
yeah,
Uh,
there were definitely no coloreds back then, but not many.
We learn things every day. What can I
Yes,
say?
that's right.
yes, but
Yeah,
they need to make more like docu comedies like that are just kind of unrealistic and just kind of wacky about behind the scenes of real movies to make them, kind of interesting.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
what about the Menendez boys?
Yeah, I mean, I would also like more films that are like complete and unfinished or lost films. Like I know Netflix did that with sorry, what's his name
Orson,
again?
Orson Welles.
Yeah, yeah. Sorry, for some reason I blanked on it, but yeah, his final film they finished that, and then I know they attempted to do it with some older films in like the 1910s that became lost. But yeah, I would like to see more of that.
A great example of that would be New York Ninja, if you've ever seen or heard of that. That was a
You need
movie
an
that was
Indian to
like,
play the lead because there's a ninja.
Yeah.
well, he is a ninja, but like the movie, I guess it was shot, wasn't completed, and then found like by somebody like a decade later, and they finished it, but they actually had to go back and record everything because there was no sound. So they, I mean, literally had to go over and re-record everything, voice lines, dialogue, backgrounds. But it's such a shitty, great movie.
Oh yeah, it's so bad it's good.
Yeah,
It's sort of
and
like
it really
Kung
is.
Pao Enter the Fist as well, and
Yeah,
yeah,
it's kind of in that vein. Yes,
yeah. I mean,
not
oh
not
yeah,
intentionally silly, but it just ends up being silly.
yeah. Oh yeah, and then there's I know it was Peter Jackson. He did that like Lost Spider Pit scene for King Kong. I would like to see them like do more of that as well. Like I know there was that deleted scene from like for example Freaks that they got rid of because it was like so horrifying back then. It like apparently made some woman miscarriage, and so they
Eh?
like removed a lot of
I
it in
want to
the
see that movie
climax.
now. What's that movie? I
All
want to
It
right.
see
was, it
it.
was Freaks. It was same by the same guy who did that like 1930s or something Dracula. But
My
yeah,
watch
yeah, like
list is growing by every second with this stream. Wow.
yeah,
Wow,
yeah. But
I've
yeah, I would
never
like to
seen a
see them
film
make.
so bad that I could not physically reproduce anymore. That is just
Yeah, I would like to
I
see
mean,
them just like kind of like make lost scenes like that in old films as well. You know, there's many of them though. Like, I mean, there's definitely some you can't reenact though, like that Noah's Ark thing in the 30s or 20s.
yeah,
I
no,
think
that's
I
not
think
happening.
Because we got
Amazon
a color
and
now.
Well,
I think Amazon and MGM are working on a 4K restoration of King Kong, and they're
Ooh,
going to render it out in IMAX.
hmm.
uh,
That could be
It's
interesting.
Hmm.
no,
yeah.
it's a lie. I'm making it up, guys.
You
Oh,
dick.
well, it's not
Don't
interesting
give them a
anymore.
clue.
I'm sure they'll do it now. They're going to take your
Yeah, you
suggestion.
just put it out there in the ether, so now it's going to happen.
Yeah,
You know what?
and
They'll probably make it 3D too. Why not? Bring that back.
Copyright it right now.
God,
Colorize it,
Make money of it.
yeah, and
60
also
frames
know
per second. They will.
multi for the record. That isn't the reason why. It's because like 5 people died during it. That's the
Oh
reason
my!
why. Yes, you didn't hear that story. Yeah,
I
that like
need, I need to
yeah,
see it now.
yeah,
That one
I've
took
seen it.
priority over all of the other one. What's the title?
Well, no, you don't want to see it. It's a very boring film. It was like
I
4
don't
hours,
care.
and they
People
cut out
died
like
for
an
it.
hour of it. It was like again like the 30s, like Noah's Ark. It was by the director who then I believe did Casablanca, but yeah,
What
it
film
was
was
during
this?
what?
If people died for it, I need to see it.
Oh, sorry,
So
what did you
you
say
tell
was
me
that one?
what's the name.
What film was this you're talking about?
Oh, like I forgot if it came out like let me see actually what year it was. It was 1928. Again, it's by the guy who did Casablanca, I'm pretty
But
sure, and yeah.
what's the name of it? What's
Oh,
the name of
it's
it?
just Noah's Ark, and yeah,
Uh,
like 4 or 5 extras drowned, and then one guy lost his leg during a huge flood scene. And but the majority of it was removed during the like cut in an hour of it because it was so boring, and then it was still considered even worse. So it's lost today, but in the original cut, you could see them actually drowning on screen. And yeah, they used like millions tons of water, and they just said, the extras are told to prepare for anything. So they're just gonna have to take their chances. They said, and yeah, you can watch the scenes of it on YouTube. It's pretty frightening, and
Is this that movie there
yeah,
called?
yeah, that movie right there, and also
Okay, that's my watch list now.
yeah,
That's up here now.
oh
I need
no, it
to
is
see it.
boring, and
I
also
don't care. People
those
died
scenes.
for it.
well, if you enjoy watching people die, why don't you get into Faces of Death?
Yeah,
That's
Ugh.
well, no, that one's fake. You have to do stuff like Orozco the Embalmer. That's the good stuff.
Or just
now
look at the behind the scenes of God, what is it? Oh,
Twilight
Jesus
Zone.
Christ! Thank you very much. Where you can actually see an actor and two child actors get chopped right in
Yeah, yeah,
half by a
have
fucking
John Ladd.
helicopter.
Yeah, then have
They're
John
both
Ladd to say, "You go search for the heads." That's not my job.
I should
And then
be
and then pro-
laughing, but I
and then
laugh.
pro- and then promote the film at the guy's funeral. That's always
Yeah.
great. Oh yeah. Also in that Noah's Ark thing, I believe also one of the extras in it was a young John Wayne. I'm pretty sure.
Oh,
So
hey,
fun fact there.
I
at least
heard
the
that
Duke made
name.
it.
I have no idea who the F is that.
Well, no, he sadly made it, unfortunately. But yeah,
Uh,
So yeah,
and
that's
yeah, it's clear you don't know him, Multi.
that's nowhere near any of the topics that we were going to cover tonight. But that's what the show's about. Actually, it's
yeah,
about following the
Yeah.
stream of
NPT watch list because people dies.
yeah. There's no structure here after dark.
no, Strange Darling to people being beheaded to Trump's
Zack
antics.
Snyder being shit. Yeah, we've
Zack Snyder.
been all
Yeah.
over the place here.
To
Wait,
people creating colors in the 70s.
when were we
Krypton
talking?
Whitey dog.
Did I miss a Zack Snyder discussion? Is that
Yeah,
Yes, you did. We were
Yeah.
three against Bob. Bob was trying his best to defend Snyder, but
yeah. We
Yeah.
started talking about the. I don't know if you saw the picture that James Gunn put out for Superman promotion with him and Crypto
the
looking
dog?
at the Earth. Yes. So we started talking about that. Then we got into how the Snyder fans are just always constantly just going to shit on anything James Gunn does in the DC, no matter
Mhm.
what, because it isn't Zack Snyder.
Mhm.
Then somehow that flowed into me going
Snyder
all
sucks.
in and getting pot committed on trying to defend anything or saying like maybe he needs just to stick with a certain like niche type of film that is just in his wheelhouse, but nobody agreed with me. Then I said maybe he'd be better off working with somebody like Frank Miller and doing like maybe a RoboCop remake that might be in his wheelhouse. Nobody agreed with me there either. So I just don't know. Apparently this guy can't do anything. Then I made the claim that Man of Steel is like the only movie in his filmography that's actually different from anything else he does, where it's not 50 minutes of slow mo shots because there is no slow mo in that movie, and it's
That's
just
what you
shot
think. I'm
Well,
sure
Dawn of
completely
the Dead
different
is
than anything
different.
else he does.
Dawn of the Dead is
Yes,
different.
Dawn of the Dead is great. It's actually I think one of the better horror remakes that has really ever been made, especially from a movie from like that was what the late 70s or early 80s.
Or
Right.
remake good, it doesn't seem or sound right.
It really is though. It really is a good remake.
Yeah, I mean, there's been many great remakes. I mean, it's not uncommon, but yeah.
Dead Evil Rise, hell yeah.
But
Well, that's
again,
not really a remake.
that's a
but
movie that's unconventional for him because it's not shot in his typical fashion.
I think
That's
part of it is he didn't have as much power as he does now,
correct.
so he had to
Mhm.
look at the studios a bit back then.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
it was written by James Gunn, and it was also his first film, so that explains a lot.
Yeah, I think maybe he needs less control and he needs some lines to work within. He's got an eye. It's just I think he needs to be restricted a little bit. Giving
He
him a blank canvas and telling him, run
yes.
amok, film something for 15 hours. That's not going to help.
Well, I definitely think having him write his films is a huge detriment.
I agree with that.
Directing them is one thing, but when he gets into the writing, that's where kind of the wheels definitely really fall off.
Yeah, he's got Rob Zombie syndrome. Those two can direct, they can't write.
Yeah, okay, that is. I think that's a perfect example. I would agree with that, 100%.
Don't forget about the dead pixel.
Well, that too. That's what I mean by when I say he's more fartsy than artsy, because he's trying to be artsy with all like these weird lenses and different cameras, but then it just becomes just fartsy because you're sitting there staring at a dead pixel and it's literally like just taking you out of everything because it's in every fucking shot. He's just so weird, and like again, I don't want to defend the guy, but like there's things that he can do visually that I don't see many directors do, and there's
I agree
things
with
he
that.
can capture that other directors don't. But it's I don't know when it's sometimes it just doesn't hit. I guess.
He's like a different flavor of Michael Bay, where people say Michael
Yes.
Bay shouldn't make movies, but I mean he's doing something right.
When you compare
Yes.
that to Snyder, Michael Bay and Snyder, I'm wondering who's the worst between both of them.
Snyder, because Michael Bay's movies make money.
You're actually right.
Well, Snyder can't break the 360 rule, where Michael Bay does it all the time. As a matter of fact, the camera can't stop moving.
That's true. I mean, I watched. Wasn't that Michael Bay movie? I'm pretty sure it was all shot in drone with
Oh,
fuck,
the Netflix
the ambulance. Ambulance, I think it was called.
one, I believe L.A. Wait, no, you're right. Ambulance, but the L and A were like highlighted or something.
Yes. Yes, and I'm pretty sure like most of that movie was shot with just by drones because it was all crazy, fucking just whipping between buildings and these wacky overhead. He went fucking hog wild. But like, I would still say he's definitely better than Zack Snyder though, because of the fact that like his movies do like all them Transformers movies, for fucking stupid as they are, they all make fucking millions and millions of dollars.
Who made the
I'm
Turtles
Continue to go
movie?
see 'em. Did
He
he make the
produced that. He produced it.
Yeah, he produced it.
He produced the Turtles movies.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about that. I mean, there was at least like a couple things I can say that Snyder was good at least back then. Like, I can't think of like anything Michael Bay has ever really been like good at. Like, pretty much always just
I
made
don't know.
flops outside of one film that had nothing to do with him. That was just the actors carrying it.
He's good
that
at
were wrong film.
explosions though. Like if you need a movie explosion, Michael Bay's the guy to go to. If
Yes,
you
and
need-
then he films and edits it poorly, so it's a waste, and you just damage the planet for no reason. Good job.
He's making the Skibbity Toilet movie.
Oh,
Oh.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that'll be right up his alley, honestly.
That's going to be $1 billion movie.
Absolutely.
It is. It really is. I have a feeling it's going to be. Just all these idiotic ticktards coming out of the
Yeah.
woodwork to watch this shit.
Yeah, so I had no clue what the fuck all that was even about for like a year, but then one of my friends forced me before when we were like drinking to watch just all of that for like a fucking hour. And I have to say my jaw dropped at just how fucking ridiculous that shit got, where I'm just like, you know what, yeah, this is exactly what Michael Bay is honestly good at. So you know what? I can understand why he's doing it now, okay?
I mean, if you're going to produce internet shit like that, why doesn't somebody do anything cool like Salad Fingers? Like that, you could make that into a movie.
Well, that
I've
involves
never heard before in my life.
talent, but
You never heard of Salad Finger? I would suggest
No.
everybody watch that on YouTube. It's a great short little animated series. It's amazing and
Yeah,
twisted.
I'm
I
sure
mean,
it's
and just,
better than any Snyder work.
it probably is. I would
Yeah.
I would agree
I
with
mean,
that.
same thing with a lot of that guy's work. But I mean, yeah, there's a lot of like, YouTube stuff that people have done that are great. I mean, they've have made them into film sometimes here and there, and other ones got close to it. Like I know they almost made a Happy Tree Friends film. I remember that. I believe Seth Rogen was going to produce it, but yeah.
That sounds
Well,
terrible. They must
yes, it
do it
does.
now.
I mean, I
Let's
just want,
encourage bad movies. That's all we do,
yeah,
okay?
yeah. I mean, I just wanted to know like how they would be able to like entertain an audience for like an hour and a half with that though. Because I mean, like for like 5 minutes, things like sure, but like,
You make slow mo so you can have no story and have it very long.
yeah, it sounds good.
I don't know how. I don't know. I'm sure the movie will. I mean, it's going to open the door if it's successful for more bullshit to be taken from YouTube. I mean, we talked about this the other day. Hollywood is changing so much. There really is, in my belief, no such thing anymore as the marquee Hollywood star. I think that's gone.
No,
I do. I really
I
do. Like they're all dying out or they're moving on. It was either Vogue or Hollywood. No, Hollywood Reporter had a cover that said "Meet your new Hollywood A-listers," and it was all a bunch of pictures, and it was a whole group of people who aren't actors but just fucking YouTubers and
Yeah,
Twitch and all the
yeah,
TikTokers,
TikTokers. Yeah.
and I don't know any of them. I
they're
couldn't
trying
name
to
one of them.
monetize them. They don't know how to
Hmm.
monetize them. Again, it goes back to the dream time I was talking about of the '80s before deregulation. I mean, when deregulation happened, before they went back to regulation, when you could advertise using entertainment to do so. George Lucas made a bundle of money on that by making toy movies, is what it boils down to. Those Star Wars movies were meant to sell toys. The He-Man cartoons were meant to sell toys, and they have moved so far away from that particular dichotomy that I don't, and I use that word incorrectly. They that they can't figure out exactly how to streamline everything into a vertical integration where everybody's making money along the way except for the actors.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
like I'm like in my mind, I would say like probably years ago in the 80s, even probably in the 90s, you'd have people that would go to a film and see a film based on the top billing actor.
Yeah,
Somebody might
that's
go to a Schwarzenegger movie just because it's his, and they don't give a shit what the movie's about or who, you know what I mean? That's all they know. Oh, I'm going to see Arnold Schwarzenegger movie. I mean, I don't think you could say that today with a general audience. Um, you know what I
Well,
mean?
now here's the
Yeah,
thing though.
and I'm talking mostly younger people. Do younger people give a shit that Tom Cruise is in this movie? Yes or no?
No,
I
Probably not.
I
no.
I no, I think if there are bankable stars anymore, Tom Cruise might be one of the last ones.
Exactly. He's definitely one of the last ones. But do you think the younger TikTok audience gives a shit?
No, but
Exactly.
he's a big enough draw so that
But they
the
do know who Markiplier is, and I don't mean to interrupt you,
no,
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 Scott.
you're fine.
go run away.
Um, Markiplier did
Hmm.
this whole viral thing where him and his people made this implication that if his show on Amazon doesn't reach the top 10, he wouldn't be able to get his movie distribution. That Hollywood was holding something over on him, and
Okay.
that's what he had to do just on his name alone, without any outside advertising. Uh, make his TV show that he had done that nobody was releasing and nobody was putting anywhere,
Mhm.
based on an internet show that talked about different stuff. I don't know exactly how the ducks line up. The point is, he's got something on Amazon that right now, as of yesterday, was number 5 on the Amazon list of things to watch. So his word of mouth was able to inspire enough turnaround on Amazon to give that a top ranking, which is something nobody else in the streaming sphere or the blogosphere or the YouTube sphere has been
Sure.
able to do,
Problem
which is
is
going to
people can
give
do it from
them
home.
a false
Yes.
sense of reality of what is going to happen. And now, just like you said, these are your new Hollywood stars. They've got all these streamers. They're going to be giving them a shit ton of money,
They don't leave the house.
and they're not going to get the results back that they wanted.
No, I don't think
Sure.
so. Anyways, they might. I mean,
No,
if you
no,
get,
they're gonna fail again because
I mean, I hope they do.
it's easy to support. Yeah, go to Amazon. Watch this because people can do it from their phone. They can do it at home. People don't pay $15 to just move a I don't know whatever just to move the needle. Like, oh yeah, let's go dump $15 and watch something we have no interest in because we're supporting this person. It's more likely TikTok and YouTubers, it hasn't translated yet, but actresses on Instagram have. Jenna Ortega is a big deal on the socials,
Yes.
and Anya Taylor Joy is a big deal on socials. Sydney Sweeney, big deal on the
Oh, yeah.
socials, and they're translating to
She's a
film.
couple of big deals.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm a big fan. At least two big fans.
And they are good eye candy.
Yes, that's kind of what I meant. But yes, and the other one from Twisters is the same thing for the ladies and the gay men. What the hell is his name?
Is it? That's not. That's not Scott Eastwood. What the fuck's his name?
Glenn, is it Glenn?
Glenn Powell.
Yes,
Glenn
yes,
Powell.
yes. Yeah, he's got
Yeah.
a slight following. So it as far as a TikTok and YouTube creator, they're not crossing over to be bankable like the way Hollywood wants them to be. I don't
Yeah.
know if Hollywood has any idea how to handle millennials or younger.
Yeah.
They're still in the 50s, but they
Yeah.
don't know it.
I mean I think that's a fair assessment. They're definitely out of touch with I think any sort of audience that they try and go after. Really.
Marvel being as successful as it was for that 10, 15, 10 years from 09 to 19 has really screwed everything over because they thought that they have this safe cushion. Like, oh, we'll just do this familiar thing. We just play it safe and do this and do this. And they just got so used to just giving audiences thing they recognize that they cannot
sure.
get out of that habit.
Well, and they also want that guaranteed return.
Right.
You know, which
Right.
is why you don't see many studios taking any sort of risks on this unknown, movie that somebody just wrote that could be good if it gets out in front of people and people see it, but the studio doesn't even want to put $1 million behind it, let
Yeah.
alone, 40 or 50.
30 years
So-
ago, you could have made a movie for 20 million. And if you got
Absolutely.
60, you were fine with it.
Yeah, and that was
Now it's
almost a
very,
high budget,
very-
really.
Right.
I that's why I like so much Neon and A24.
I agree.
Well, those are like I mean, I'm sure there's other studios out there, but those are like the two main studios that will actually make anything close to a mid or low budget film.
hmm
They seem to be the only ones doing that'll make a 50 or a $5 million film and release it, and it'll do quite well usually most of the time.
You have Blumhouse cutting corners too, because apparently he's
Well,
doing AI in his movies now, and people.
I would
"What are you
imagine that
doing?"
dude, yeah, but that dude makes movies for $10. He will
Yeah,
if you give him
right.
the chance to. So he don't give a shit. But that's
He makes
fine.
100 movies for like $1 million each, and then all
Yes.
he needs is one of them to hit, and they
Yeah.
always do.
He's what the Canon Group wishes they were back
Yes.
in the 80s.
Yes, exactly.
He really is. That's a success they wanted, but he's found a way to actually master that like type of strategy.
Well,
in
he
film.
hasn't really gotten greedy like they did. Like when they made
No.
the Superman and
Oh, yeah.
Masters of the Universe, dumping
Yes.
dozens of millions of dollars in those. Woof.
Yeah, taking money from Superman to put into that was their whole business model, was to get investments into for a movie that they would then use to make other movies. It was
Did they do one
such
of
a
the
bad-
Jawses?
No, you would think they would have did either Jaws 3D or Jaws: The Revenge, but no,
Oh, they're just bad, and I attributed them to canon then.
yeah. I mean, they did all the later Death Wish movies, which are always fun to watch. Those are great. I mean, that's where Cannon's wheelhouse was like low budget action schlock.
Yeah, the Death Wish franchise.
Let me ask Cole real quick. Where are you going to be? Are you going to be on other people's streams that we need to watch out for you, Cole?
not that I'm aware of this month. I mean, I know like Joker and others delayed their streams until November. Isn't that right, Bob? Or is that what he said?
Yes, I believe
They're
it's
going to wait till after the
November.
riots.
Yeah, we're going. I think it's either. I'm gonna get the day wrong, but I think it's November 4th or 6th that we're supposed to come back on the Joker's Corner.
Why
Either
don't you
the
wait
day
till after
before the election or
the
the day after.
counting ballots?
Oh, we'll
No,
have a
because that day
special.
I'm doing that live, so it's gonna be a fun week that week. So.
But yeah, I mean, yeah. Other than that, yeah, just any other streams like this, or on, I guess Austin's or Maltese, and anyone else, when I have the time, I guess. But yeah, and yeah. Oh
Well,
yes,
thanks.
and I have seen those films, so yeah, I might be on that Maltese.
Well,
But yeah,
you're welcome to show up at any time on any one of the shows that I'm involved with. So thanks for being here, and appreciate you dropping in. So
yeah, sure.
See you next time, Cole.
Take care, Cole.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sure. Yeah. Yeah, and I will be in the voice chat if anybody wants to join afterwards. I mean, I don't know if Will's in the server, but yeah. Anyway, see ya.
okay, take care.
Later, Cole.
Well, that was a fun chat.
And then there were four.
I got called Will again.
I think
What do you
that's
like to
a
be
good name,
called?
Sipo.
Charles, you like to be called Sipo? You like
Just
to be
don't
called
call me late for dinner.
Oh,
That's a classic that never gets old. Never
Dang
gets
it.
old.
Dang it, I wish I knew it was coming.
What's that?
What?
The joke.
Call me late for dinner?
Yeah. Wish I knew
Why
that
did
was
you have a
coming.
late for dinner overlay?
I would have baked the cake, is what I'm saying.
Oh,
Yeah.
I got it.
I don't know.
Oh. Yeah, you can
Yeah.
call me whatever. My nickname for the longest time was my initials. But in the age of YouTube and shadow banning people, me using my initials are getting me associated with an unfortunate situation.
Yeah. Well,
Sorry, I just got it. Yeah. It just hit me what your initials were, so yeah, I got it now.
well, you know how people sign off on their correspondences. They like say, "Love Bob" or
Yes.
"Love Zack Snyder." Shaq couldn't do that anymore after the B-52s released their song, so he couldn't say "Love Shaq."
Definitely need that canned laughter for that one.
So I feel for you there.
Sipo.
You know, with jokes like that, you should be writing for the L. Smith dinners.
Wait a minute.
You know
I
what?
need to say something mean about Trump to make things even.
That sounds odd.
Isn't that about how that went on that show?
That is. That pretty much is.
I tried to be funny, but looks like I wasn't.
What was the
I
attempt?
said even, and I said odd.
Oh. Oh,
Hey, you're riling them up here now.
yikes.
Speaking of this, does it bother anybody when you watch like one of these talk shows where the host is, talking or making jokes, and then you have all the production crew and everybody who's in the back laughing?
Yes.
That is so annoying. Like I hate
sounds
when
fun to watch.
shows it's so stupid. It's just every time the host says something, you just get like this rowdy noise in the background from all these people. There's like 6 people back there. There's the only 6 people laughing at these jokes.
That's like that talk soup shit. That's where it first started.
Yes. And you know what? It was cool in the 90s when it was doing that, but it's not cool now. Really is.
Jesus
Exactly.
Christ.
It's a big downer. It's
Someone
just a
found their
big downer.
toys.
Yes. And if I'd have had this in front of me when you was making jokes, you would have gotten part of the laugh. This is This is the kind of writing this goes to. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I walk into the wrong house?
Dork.
Yeah. It's,
Yeah, look at that. We
oh,
did
goodness.
we're 343.
Oh, and we didn't even get to our second topic.
No.
The way to do it, I like it.
Yes, we
So
were going to
strap
talk
in,
about
folks, for the next 3 hours.
we were going to talk about B-roll and fake beer and how it
Oh God.
resembles a whole lot to me the candied cigarettes because it's like a candy cigarettes was like your starter drug to get you all excited about cigarettes. And what
Does
does you know what do you think's going to happen when Spider-Man starts selling non-alcoholic beer? You
does
know,
Wait,
nobody drink O'Doul's anymore?
I'm sorry. I'm on a different universe right now. What is
Yeah.
Same.
Biro?
Oh,
B-row is the brand of non-alcoholic beer that launched this week. Uh, Tom
Holland.
Holland, Tom Holland is
Spider-Man himself.
Spider-Man
Hmm.
himself is an investor in this. Actually, it's his beer, and since he was fighting his own demon, he was of alcohol. Um, he decided that the best way to fight it was with a fake alcohol. And one thing we know from O'Doul's is that it still has a little bit of alcohol in it,
Oh, is that
just a
true?
little. Yeah.
Tiny, tiny bit.
And,
You
the
gotta
thing
drink
about,
30 of them to get a buzz, but hey.
yeah, and that's the thing. People don't drink beer for the taste. They,
No.
they drink it for the alcohol. And,
Mhm.
um, if you're
It's like
training
saying I
people,
smoke weed for the smell.
yes, yes. You know what it is? I love a good hack and cough. That's why I do it. So, yeah, I was channeling Bob's dealer. Um, so yeah, here he is dealing with his own sobriety and by making his own non-alcoholic beer, which gives him that old flavor back again.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
And
sounds
It's a
like a
profit.
serious problem.
it
Yes, it
is.
does. To
Going
me.
to
Yeah.
that length?
Okay, I haven't had an alcoholic beverage in close to 25 years. Okay,
Oh,
Congrats.
I don't
yeah,
consider
good for you.
myself an alcoholic. Okay, I used to be.
Hmm.
I used to be. And I know somebody who's been sober for over 30 years, and they consider themselves an alcoholic, and they still go to the program, and they are there
Sure.
every day, at least twice a day, going to meetings and sponsoring people and working on that sobriety. And that seems like the kind of sobriety that Tom has. Is that he's very, very serious about it. He's so serious about it, he went and bought a beer company to make non-alcoholic beer because
Yeah.
he's serious about his sobriety. And that to me is like there's more to it than that. It's he's got a problem and he should call
He's
himself one.
committed. I mean, that shows commitment right there,
He should
to
be
be
no, he
honest.
should be making ginger ale or root beer,
Probably.
something other. He's doing it because he wants to continue to be social and have something in his hand while everybody else is drinking beer. Well, you know what? You're around the wrong people
Mm.
because
So
they're
that means
encouraging you to drink.
so that means he's
So,
either got to bring his bureau with him wherever he goes, or he has to make sure where he's going is already a seller of his own product.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's sad.
Kind of
Seems like a
makes
net
evening
loss
planning pretty difficult. Yeah, yeah. I
unless you're
feel like
stocking it everywhere.
that's what I mean. Like you gotta make like if that's what his deal is to continue like the socializing, then
Mm.
either you're hosting every goddamn party you have, or you're calling every fucking bar around the place going, excuse me, do you sell my beer? Would you like to for the night, please? I'm showing up.
I'll give you a deal on a couple of cases while I'm there.
Yeah, I'll bring the beer. I just need you to give them to me.
It
Like,
sounds like that vegan that shits on you for serving steak.
yeah, I mean, I don't know if that environment is real conducive for alcoholics, but hey,
Yeah.
Whatever you got to do out there in
They die
Hollywood. I guess.
young, so they help the environment because less humans.
You know that person that goes to a restaurant and brings their own food?
Yeah,
That's
I've seen
Spider Man.
that. Yeah. Going to the club and bringing his own drink.
Yeah, that's it.
So now, how long into this before Zendaya leaves him?
I thought that was already
An
over.
alcoholic beer.
They were,
Yeah,
they were still together. That's surprising.
I'm pretty sure they are.
Yeah, she's going to leave him for the Bud Light tycoon.
Yes.
I've been missing this the whole night, haven't I?
Yes. She's gonna want to
Been
trade up
doing
for a
this
real
strange
man who can
darling.
drink real alcohol when they go out.
What they're talking about? She will be with Timothy Chalamet.
Wait a minute, you
Maybe
said his name correctly.
he did.
Right, I did. That was an accident.
Yeah.
I did
Timothy
it right.
Swiss Chalet.
Hell yeah, I improve.
Did you call him
Calumet.
Timothy Chalamet?
Chalamet,
Chalamet?
Swiss
Yeah.
Chalet.
Chalamet,
Shemale
I haven't
May?
I haven't been to a
What?
Swiss Chalet in years.
Chalamet.
Gesundheit. Sure,
Yeah.
that works. That works. You know what, guys? I think we've done all we can for tonight. What do you
Yeah,
think?
I think
That's what
it's
you
I think
think.
it's about 1 a.m.
Oh, for you it
Well,
is. Yes.
for me, yeah. I'm just
For
Yeah.
me as
going-
well.
And
Didn't
me.
Bob
know
lives in the
that.
future. Uh, so, Bob, since you live in the future, why don't you tell us what's going to happen?
Well, from the looks outside and from the temperature, I could tell you it's getting awfully cold here for me. Very fucking cold. We're getting to that point in time where it's starting to drop down to like the mid to low 40s into the high 30s overnight, which is always fun. But other than that, what else is going on in the future? It's Saturday for me, so yeah. There's not much going on today. It's my lazy days or the weekend.
Oh,
So
you'll be
nothing
watching
going on.
sports then.
No, I don't want, you know what? I'll be honest with you. I watch professional. I can't get into the college shit. I can't. I don't know why. Even though it's like all up my alley, especially college football, because they just run up scores and play like assholes. But I don't know. I can't get into it. I can't get into the college basketball or regular basketball because it's such a fucking bore to watch. Like baseball playoffs are going on now, which I keep an eye on, so that's good.
Mm.
But yeah, if it's not a Sunday, I'm not wasting my time watching sports.
The Mets stayed alive.
I see that they're trying their hardest to make this a Subway Series World Series, and I kind of hope they do because I know a lot of Yankees fans are going to be pissed about that.
Yes, that would be fun.
AEW and Warner Brothers started selling comics together on TV. That was exciting to see on Wednesday.
Is this serious?
The
Looks like it
the
is.
skirt on the on the ring and around the yes. They had banners for DC heroes all over it. So it
I
looked
wonder
like
if
it looked like a video game that was reskinned.
oh
That
Jesus
sounds
Christ.
terrible. I want to see it now.
I mean that's the same as selling like outfield advertisement in baseball, and then you go to a baseball game and you go to the stadium and then you look in the outfield and the entire back wall is just filled with fucking just ads. That's I can't stand that. If you can't put your own branding around the ring, you probably shouldn't be in business, honestly. Like that tells me like they're in like some sort of like financial struggle that you're having to sell ads. I don't even. Well, wait. Does not Warner Brother do they not own them?
You know what? Everybody who's talked about it has danced around it by saying that Warner Brothers does not own 10% of AEW. If you are investing in a company and you own more than 10%, then it has to be what's the word I'm looking for here,
They
Sipo?
consider you like a majority shareholder.
Declared. It has to be declared that they
Declared,
are a
okay.
minor stockholder in the thing.
Gotcha.
Like if I was to buy like 5 to 6 shares of AEW, then they don't have to declare me as a partial owner.
I see.
See what I'm saying?
Yes. Because
So
the reason I'm asking is because I'm wondering if Warner Brothers or well, because it would be Warner Brothers if they actually paid for that advertising, or just said
I think
because
they
we
did in the
own
long run
X.
by
Okay.
putting them on Max and
Well,
allowing
yeah.
them to sell other shows outside of them. They're no longer exclusive with them. So they come January, their two shows, Dynamite and Rampage, are going to Cinemax as well as being on TNT and TNA.
Cinemax.
Not
I
Cinemax,
don't even know
Max.
these new subscription bullshit. What's
Yeah,
that?
You know.
well, if you're on Max, then you no longer have to have pay cable because it's going to be shown at the same time on Max. And
Okay.
if you're on Max, then you can watch the pay per views at a reduced price. Now
Ah.
that may be instead of $55, it's $45. We lost Charles, and
What
that's fine.
s-
happened to
He had to
Charles?
go. I'm pretty sure he
So
had to
they're
go.
kind of taking the Netflix approach, where Netflix
Kind
is
of.
taking the live shows of WWE and they're going to put them on their thing, streaming live in
Yes.
real time. Not a
But
bad idea.
they can now sell other shows on Fox, which I think they've
I
got a
see.
Fox deal that they haven't announced yet. That they're going to uh, do with them on a. I'm not sure what night they're going to do it on either, because. But the thing is that there is now a big giant SmackDown size hole in Fox programming,
Yes.
and that leaves AEW open to take a piece of that and earn extra money on top of the deal they've got with Warner Brothers. So, they kind of opened the door to keep this war going, this
Yeah.
broadcast wrestling war going for a while, by giving them an opportunity to expand beyond their locations. And they've started to introduce more Latino wrestlers because they're being broadcast abroad
Okay.
in the Latin American countries, which is why we saw the excuse me, the match,
Excused.
the 2 out of 3 falls match of the Mexican wrestlers. In South America, they're reaching out more to those people. We're going to see a lot more Hispanic wrestlers.
I
Luchador.
hear every year TNA needs a TV deal. Maybe they could take it up with Fox.
TNA is sort of
It's dead.
slightly being absorbed by WWE.
Are
I
they?
mean, you're talking about they're doing a crossover with them right now with
Oh
TNA,
God.
and so Joe Hendry and some of the others have shown up in TNA. I mean, in oh, what's the
WWE,
one, NXT,
NXT, and
and
then yeah.
NXT stars have shown up over there. But really, what you're going to see is a cannibalization of TNA stars
Sure.
heading over to WWE. And right now, they're saying that the deal is pretty 50-50 and everybody's okay. But come January, when some of these contracts start going up, they're going to realize that folks ain't going to stick around, and you're not going to
Yeah.
get many good people from the people that WWE winds up firing, because they
Exactly.
do go through a lot of people, and a lot of those people don't show up anywhere. Um,
Oh yeah. And
they
plus, why would you want to
maybe on the
wrestle in
police
front of a house of
blotter.
30 people for TNA when you can actually wrestle in front of a crowd in NXT?
Yeah, of 60 people. So
Yeah, exactly. It's 30 more than you were getting.
yes, and
30 is 30.
so
Exactly.
it's going to be an interesting year for wrestling, and
Yeah.
being able to see what's going on with these things. I had made a prediction that SummerSlam was going to be in England,
Yes.
and
Since
that's wrong.
AEW got the boot. No?
That is
Ah.
completely wrong. No, they're doing that Dream pay per view, whatever it's called, the with New Japan.
Like the Forbidden Door.
Yes, they're doing Forbidden Door, I believe, on or around that time in London at Wembley. So
Okay.
so it's going to be a bigger thing now, Forbidden Door,
Yes.
at least this time around. So they're taking a break. They're coming to Texas. They're going to do All In Texas, and they'll do Forbidden Door in that time slot in Wembley. and then they'll be back in Wembley the following year. So 2026, they're going back.
All
And
right.
I just know way too much about this.
Yes, I agree. Way too much.
We should do an exclusive wrestling podcast, is what we should
Oh,
do. You
we
know,
should.
that's what we should do. And, but we're not doing it now because I'm tired.
No, because me too. I'm yawning in the future.
And Multi doesn't know anything about wrestling, so,
No,
I don't know anything about that.
well,
that's
I'm glad
perfect.
you stuck
We'll have to
around
teach
for
you.
it. Well, thanks for being here with us, you
Start
two.
from the beginning. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for. I love doing this unstructured talk about what we want.
Yeah, it
Chat.
gives me an opportunity to play with the graphics whenever I can.
Yes.
You know,
And now that I know that you can put overlays over my picture, I can go back to my Xbox. You just have to keep me in the bottom right corner.
yeah, well, you'll move out of the bottom right corner when I do this. Then when we got more people, let me see if I can find the best way. I'll have to restructure to get that. That's not
Yeah,
working.
every time you switch me, you just got to make sure the face follows.
Oh,
That's all. There you
almost,
go.
almost.
Close. So yeah, whenever you do the Xbox, we'll try to keep you in the corner. No, but nobody likes putting baby in the corner. So
Poor baby.
Yes. But no, thank you very much for having me, man.
No, thank you, Twitch, for being here as well. We've been on
Yes,
Twitch,
Twitch.
for what, 3 hours now? Almost 4 hours.
4 hours, sir.
It's too
4 hours.
Too long.
It's never too
And
long. I like long streams like this, to be honest.
thank you to Rumble for putting up with our BS. Yeah.
Yes, Rumble.
So we're back on that. And possibly Sunday we will go back to Twitter. Stream live on Twitter. So we may do that.
Yeah.
I may go back to doing that because that was we reached a lot of people on Twitter.
Yeah.
So
I tend to see that me and Austin see that a lot because the last couple of streams we've been doing, he's been streaming to Twitter as well. And there's always people watching that. Again, I don't know if they're all bots or what or how the Twitter watches work, but
There are bots. Don't worry.
I have no clue. But you seem to get a lot more hits on Twitter. I notice a lot of people who are like multi-cat streaming to like YouTube and Twitter, like their Twitter hits seem to be bigger than their actual YouTube hits. So it's cool. To quote Zack Snyder, it's cool.
it's cool. Yeah. So I hired this guy. He's a cinematographer, and I took the camera from him and did it myself.
Yes. And it was really cool.
Yes. And there was this black dot on the screen. I don't understand why that always happens when I pick up the camera. Got this lens from China.
Yeah, but it's a really cool lens. It hasn't been used in like 30 years. It's in perfect condition. I bought 4 of them.
Or spoiler alert,
Yeah, spoiler alert, they all have a dead pixel in them.
dead pixel.
Oh my god.
Oh, all right. So we did it. We did it. We covered all
We
the
did.
topics. Yeah.
We did. We did it in long form fashion.
We got Holland in. We got him in.
Yeah.
Multi-topic.
We
You
did a
didn't
lot
say
of stuff.
anything about non-alcoholic beer. How do you feel about that?
Yeah.
It's like Pepsi Diet or some shit like that. Like why you fake that thing? I mean, either you drink or you don't drink.
Look, move your head over. Move your head over a little bit. The other way. The other way. Oh, it's too high. We almost made like the same face there. Like the Incredible Hulk thing. You remember the Incredible Hulk?
No.
Where
I want to forget I've seen that movie twice.
no, in the old days there was a TV show
He's talking
where
about the
it
TV
was
show.
like a split screen of Lou Ferrigno and Bill Bixby, where they were one was Bruce Banner and the other one was the Hulk. So
I don't know if I was born there.
you were not born
Depends
there.
which
No.
year.
Yeah, you definitely weren't born there.
Yes, it was before your time zone.
Yeah. It was before mine, but it was still on reruns when I was growing up, so I at least got to watch a lot.
There you
which
go.
I always loved.
I was definitely not born. Maybe my parents were, but yeah.
Available on YouTube. I'm sure you'll be able to see it.
Yeah,
But let's,
YouTube. I'm pretty sure Tubi has it as well.
Yes, very much so.
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
Well, nobody
use
asked
my
for your
device?
fucking help.
You heard my device. You heard my device. Yeah.
Typical
I don't know.
fucking woman just chiming in when not needed.
I did not say her name. I don't know why she thought I
Yeah,
was
nobody
talking
asked you
to her.
anything.
Why so sexist?
Yeah,
No, I'm just saying. We don't need her at this time of
Yeah.
night. You know.
nobody asked for her opinion,
She
but yet she
doesn't
felt
need
the
to
need to chime
cook, so she's not useful anymore.
in.
Yeah. Who knows? Anyway, thank you, multi-topic, for stopping by, and Bob, next
Thank
week too,
you.
maybe.
Absolutely, I'll be here. I'll be there
Thank you
Sunday
for
for sure.
having me. Thank you for
Oh,
having me. I like doing these. I usually come off late, but they are fun to do.
well, we are after dark, so that's why your forehead's there.
Yes, and
So,
we now are after my bedtime.
very
You sound
good.
like these old people that go to sleep too early.
I am old, bro. I'm very old. I'm almost 40. Oh, can't believe I just said that.
Yeah,
Dang.
my goodness. Yeah,
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm gonna
That's
go
crazy.
you're
Zack
so old
Snyder's
dating
daughter
people.
myself.
You
Oh,
live
gee.
longer than a lot of people. I mean, now it's trending to die young.
Yeah, he does look older than a lot of people. And that's because it's a drawing.
Yeah, yeah.
All
But
right,
don't
we
worry,
got
I
enough
look
bad
exactly like I do in that picture.
Absolutely. Yes, we all do. Let me see if I can get us out of here with this one.